हेलो। 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 ओके। इसको ऑफ कहाँ से है? ऑफ। अच्छा, इट विल रिमेन ओपन। ओके। जी जी, आ रही है। Very good morning to all of you. Today we are having a session on navigating the future, solarizing water, land, and air transport for sustainable tourism and mobility. Amongst is today we have Mr. Sushil Acharya, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation, Nepal. We have Ms. Minnie Joseph from CL Infrastructure Limited, Mr. Kailash Dhunu, Senior Manager Technical Services, Mauritius Ports Authority, Mr. Bem Ayangur, Assistant Director, Renewable and Rural Power Access, Federal Ministry of Power, Nigeria. Mr. Balwant Joshi is joining virtually, is MD of IDEM India, and Mr. Sandit, founder CEO of Noval Solar and Electric Boards India. So, and of course, Dr. Ajay Mathur, Honorable Director General, International Solar Alliance. And very good morning to all of you and welcome to this ISA Hub. So we start with, I will request Dr. Ajay Mathur to give the welcome address and context setting for the occasion. Thank you.
First of all, a very good morning to all of you. I can't tell you how delighted I am at this amazing panel that we have together, which includes Sushil Acharya from Nepal, which includes Minnie Joseph from the Cochin Airport, the first airport in the world to solarize, which includes Kailash Dunu, who led the solarization of the Port Louis in Mauritius and has huge plans beyond that, which includes engineer Ayangur from the Federal Ministry of Power in Nigeria, who have huge plans for solarization of ports. And of course, we have online Balwant Joshi, who is the managing director of IDAM, a consultancy in India, but has been deeply involved in the solarization of a number of port issues, including airports, which is his specialty. And I am delighted that we have Sandeep with us online as well. Sandeep is the managing director of Nevalt, which makes solar ferries, and solar ferries are being used in Cochin, but we are about to ship a ferry. I don't know whether it's the right word to say, ship is probably not, but we are sending a solar ferry to Maldives to see how solar ferries can operate in that environment. So I am delighted to be in the company of such illustrious panelists. And may I say, I'm delighted that all of you are here. We have been focusing on land transport, on the charging infrastructure, and so on. And yes, there's a lot of work that has been done in that area. What we want to do is to ensure that people across the world, especially in the small island countries, or rather I should call them as big ocean countries, have the ability to navigate in those environments as well, whether it is by air or whether it is by sea. We are therefore looking at the greening of ports and greening and solarization of airports as a fundamental step in our ability to move ahead with carbon-free transport in the years to come. Now, I'm not saying anything which you don't know already, but from our point of view, what we thought was that we can look at high cost or high price paying tourists as the first step to introduce solar facilities. And then it can spread. And as the volumes increase and prices decrease, it can go to all the people. We look at various kinds of infrastructure, particularly airports, as something where solarization is easy. As people will keep on saying, and Minnie, I'm looking at you, airports have land available, and therefore solar can be put up. The problem is, what do you do at night? One of the models that Cochin Airport has adopted is that they have bought a hydroelectric project elsewhere, and electricity from that hydroelectric project is provided to the Cochin Airport at night. So day and night, they're using green energy. We'll have to wait and see how the prices of batteries fall. When does a large battery bank make sense? We are also looking at developing resources for solarization of ports and airports through things like handbooks and checklists. And we would look at also the solarization of ferries in the Pacific regions as a potential way of moving ahead. Just as we are doing in Mauritius, we would like to move into the Pacific Islands as well. We particularly want that solar energy in transport redefines sustainable tourism and helps destinations to continue to thrive economically. It is with that that we are also working with the Maldives to look at solarization of their resorts. So, and right now we are in the process of carrying out an architectural competition so that the solar facilities in those resorts don't stand out like a sore thumb, but are built into the environment. What I hope is that this session serves as a platform to discuss actionable solutions. And that's why the people here have done things, and therefore they can recommend these actionable solutions. And it'll all help us move towards a future in which solarized transport becomes a core component of sustainable and eco-friendly growth. I look forward to the discussion today. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. Now, I request Mr. Sushil Acharya, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation, Nepal, to make his special remarks. Mr. Acharya. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all. And it is my privilege to be here and honor for me for addressing these sessions on solarizing water, land, and air transport for sustainable tourism and mobility. I extend my sincere gratitude to the International Solar Alliance for organizing these important and critical discussions and for their steadfast commitment for advancing solar solution gradually. The transport sectors accounts approximately 25% of global greenhouse gas emissions by maritime, aviation, and land transport. The International Energy Agency, IEA, projects that transport-related emissions must decline by about 20% by 2030 to meet the global climate targets. Solar energy, with its rapidly falling cost, as just sort mentioned, falling cost and down by over 85% for solar PV since 2010, provides to clean, renewable way to decarbonize the transport sectors. This transformation only aligns with the goals of the Paris Agreement, but also not only aligns, but also strengthen energy security and enhance operational efficiency. Globally, ports are responsible for nearly 3% of total carbon emissions. Solarizing the ports operations can cut emissions significantly by powering cargo, handling equipment, lighting, and onshore power supply system with solar energy. Water transfer accounts for approximately 940 million tons of CO2 emissions annually. Solar power ferries have the potential to cut the emission by up to 50% compared to conventional diesel ferry. Aviation accounts for roughly about 2.5% of global CO2 emissions. Airports like just mentioned by President, airports like Cochin International Airport of India have demonstrated that solar operations can result in significant saving and emission reductions. Whole operation is operated by solar systems. Land transport contributes nearly 75% of all transport-related emissions, including car, bus, and rail. Solar power electric vehicles and solar charging stations can significantly reduce urban air pollution. Cities like Shenzhen, China, which converted its entire bus fleet, over 16,000 buses, to electric bus. The global sustainable tourism market is projected to grow by $340 million by 2030, driven in part of greenhouse transport systems. Solarized transport reduces air pollution, responsible for millions of premature deaths annually, and noise pollution, improving quality of life and nearby communities. Despite a 70% drop in the cost of solar PV systems over the last decades, high upfront costs remain a barrier to adopt. Innovative financial models such as PPP, public-private partnership, and green loans, green bond, along with favorable regulatory frameworks are needed to accelerate solar adaptation. The International Solar Associations and its leadership is promoting solar energy solution and fostering collaboration in commendable. By integrating solar energy into transport, we can build a sustainable future with cleaner sky, resilient oceans, and greener cities. Let's commit ourselves to this path for the benefit of generation to come. Thank you for your commitment and for joining me on this journey toward a cleaner, more resilient world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your special remarks. Now I'll request Mr. Pankaj Khurana, a specialist from International Solar Alliance, to make his presentation virtually. Mr. Pankaj.
Good morning, everyone. Just a second, I'm sharing my screen. I hope the screen is visible and my sound is also audible.
Yes.
Okay. Here, I'll just brief about navigating the future water, land, and air transport overview for sustainable tourism and mobility. What we are doing right here at ISA. As our Honorable DG and Mr. Acharya has already explained, for sustainable tourism, the transport sector is already having a lot of emissions, 25% globally out of the total emissions. But the solar energy will present a transformative opportunity to decarbonize the transport for sustainable tourism and mobility. Solar solutions can be integrated into critical transport sectors like ports, there is the greening of ports, maritime transport, automobiles like EV and charging infrastructure, as well as the airports, that is the solarizing of airports for energy efficiency and long-term energy security. Just a brief overview for land transport. We should promote the EVs, which are essential for sustainable land transport, the faster adoption of manufacturing of hybrid as well as electric vehicle, so powered by solar power scheme, can aim to support the development of EV infrastructure across various countries. Talking about water transport, it accounts for 940 million tons of CO2 emissions annually. And also the ports, which are responsible for 3% of total carbon emissions from the water transport. Implementation to overcome this, implementation of solar-powered ferries in coastal regions can make a big revolution. It can cut the emission by up to 50% compared to conventional diesel ferries. If you see the air transport, aviation is also a major factor for the global CO2 emissions, as the airports are among the largest energy consumers for 24/7 operations. So in this, solar PV installations on our airport rooftops or maybe on ground mounted also can cut down the GHG emissions and align with the broader decarbonization efforts in the aviation. I believe Cochin International Airport representative is here, Ms. Minnie, and she will be explaining it more how the solarizing airport operation have resulted into significant savings and emission reductions. Challenges and solutions in solarizing transport are still there. Of course, we have to see for the investment for this infrastructure, energy storage, as our Honorable DG has mentioned about the battery storage technologies which are coming up very rapidly. The energy conversion efficiency is very important, and the charging infrastructure and all that have to be seen. And most important part is the regulation and the policy framework, and any bureaucratic issues we have to resolve for promoting this solarizing of transport. The solutions, of course, are very clear: collaborations between public and private sector with the green financing options such as concessional loans and grants. Investment in research and development is very important. It is a newly developing sector. The streamlined regulation and supportive policies, and of course the incentives for solarized transport projects definitely will encourage the investment, innovation, and adoption. Now looking on to ISA's initiatives in this sector, we are leading several initiatives for feasibility studies, technical partnerships, as well as the pilot projects to promote solar adoption across transport sectors. The Memorandum of Understanding has already been signed between ISA and Airport Council International after the recommendation of ICAO. This collaboration focusing on leveraging the expertise of all the involved parties for technical assistance, as well as the funding for solar projects. It will also aim for adoption of grid codes, technical standards, and project configuration. Business models for the rooftops of airports or the ground mounted will be also be encouraged, and best practices will be mentioned, will be highlighted into this handbook for ISA member countries. This initiative also seeks to strengthen the regulatory frameworks for promoting the solar projects for the airport sector. Further, this handbook will also provide the practical guidance for planning and operationalizing the solar PV systems into various of the upcoming airports for ISA member countries. Another sector is ISA is supporting in the deployment of solar ferries in Pacific Islands through potential assessment and developing the bankable projects. Like in Fiji, we are now upcoming with the award and giving the for further progress. The port of Mauritius, which is already active in the green port initiatives in the Indian Ocean region, is considered as possible pilot site. Country has expressed interest in exploring solar PV operations for its port operations, so ISA is actively engaged with it. ISA has also developed the final inception report on readiness assessment for solar-powered electric mobility, developing an implementation framework for LDCs and small island developing states for ISA member countries. The vision for future is in which the solar power transportation as a cornerstone of sustainable tourism and clean mobility for enhancing the green resilience and natural environment for achieving the global climate goals, integrating solar energy into transport systems. The call for collaboration is to urge the government, private sector, and all the organizations related to work together to overcome the barriers and develop the solar power infrastructure for this sector. So this session will be very helpful as a forum to explore the practical solutions and build momentum for making the solarization of transport a fundamental aspect of eco-friendly tourism. I thank you all for patient listening and look forward for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pankaj, for your very detailed presentation on the topic. So now we start the panel discussion. Today's panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Ramesh Kumar Kurupat, Chief of Unit Project and Program Implementation Cluster, International Solar Alliance. So I invite Mr. Ramesh to join us on the panel.
Oh, hello.
Our next panelist will be Mr. Kailash Dhonu, Senior Manager Technical Services, Mauritius Ports Authority. I request sir to kindly join us on the panel. And Mr. Bam Yangur, Assistant Director, Ministry of Power in Nigeria, Ms. Minnie Joseph, Chief Financial Officer, CL Infrastructure Limited. And Mr. Balwant Joshi and Mr. Sandit will be joining us virtually. So thank you very much for joining us. So I request Mr. Ramesh to start the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharmaji. So once again, a warm welcome from me. I'm Ramesh Kumar Kurupat. I'm the Chief of Programs in ISA. Our DG, Dr. Mathur, has set the entire context so nicely. And we have a very eminent panel here. On just a starting note, let me say that land part, we have made substantial progress, in terms of e-mobility, and there is a substantial progress happened. But I think water and air is in the initial stage and it requires further momentum. So we will more concentrate on that. And the panel here, we have from all the sides, the seaport, representing the seaport, the airport, and also our government representative from Nigeria. The government plays a very important role. In fact, the solar manufacturer represented by Mr. Santit, he has been doing a fantastic job. And Mr. Balwant, of course, he has been advising ISA for the solarization of airports. So once again, let me welcome all the panelists here, and let me start with Mini. You know, the Cochin airport has made a big news years back, becoming the first airport to be solarized. Uh, and that has really given a kind of a opening for many more airports to come out in subsequently many airports in India, and in fact other countries as well. Many airports have been solarized. So can you just share a bit of how what led you to think about it? How did you manage, and what is the business model came out of your experience in CR? Over to you, Mini.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. So, what triggered the green initiatives of CR, that is Cochin Airport? Way back in 2012, the state utility company increased the power tariff of airports from rupees 4 per unit to rupees 7 per unit. And at that time, Cochin Airport was having an average daily consumption of 48,000 units. That meant that our annual electricity bill will almost be double from 70 million rupees to 120 million rupees. So this provoked us to think about generation of power for captive consumption. And then we thought about solar because we have land in hand. And we thought about solar and we initiated our solar journey. We started our solar journey way back in 2012. So in 2013, we started with a 100 kilowatt pilot project, and we found that it is working fine, and we scaled up. And by 2015, we had 13 megawatt of solar plant producing 52,000 units a day, making Cochin Airport power neutral, because at that time, our requirement was only 48,000 units a day. So it made us power neutral. So the first thing was the high power tariff that was installed by the utility company, which that made our plant financially viable, because otherwise we are paying a higher tariff. So investing was wise in solar plants. Second is the land banks we have. Every airport will have huge land banks, which is kept for the future development activities of the airport. And that can be used for solar installation presently. The third thing is we don't have a battery, but we have grid support from the state DISCOM. We have banking facility with the state DISCOM, whereby the units generated during the daytime, the excess units are fed into the grid, and during the non-sunshine hours, it is taken back and it is utilized. So these three factors made the project financially viable. That is availability of free land, then the grid connectivity, banking connectivity, and the heavy tariff put by the utility provider. So this made our financial aspects very, very viable.
Thank you, Mini. Thank you for your the important points. So one of the critical points, maybe even other countries can follow, is the banking facility given by the utility. So that's the government's intervention. Will how it enabled you to switching over to a very greener power. Many thanks for your remarks on that. Many thanks. Now let me shift from the airport to seaport. You know, there's a lot of talk now, as the entire transportation segment is contributing 25% of the greenhouse gas emission. And and in maritime movements is a large users of the fossil fuel, and hence the kind of releasing a lot of greenhouse gases. And of course, the enabling ports where the ships will be parked and or they will be dealt there. So I think, how do you look at it in the solarizing the seaport? What is your vision? Because this is one of the very critical area now we are looking at to making it green? So over to you, Mr. Kailash.
Uh, First of all, I wish to thank you for inviting me to this panel. We have so many nice speakers and nice people around us. You are right. You said, okay, we need to have decarbonize. First of all, this is an issue right now to decarbonize the port sector and the maritime sector. The port itself is a huge consumer of energy, and the need to reduce our energy consumption, hence the related emissions, is a necessity. It's not a choice now. So we started the Port of Mauritius, the Green Port Initiative, sometime back. When we started it, the issue was more about saving energy at the time, because Mauritius, as a small island developing states, we have to import all our energy needs. It's to fossil fuel. So at the time, the price of energy was rising at the time, and we said, okay, we have to do something about it. And then at the same time, we did some studies, detailed studies of an audit of our facilities, how we can reduce our energy. So we look at areas where we consume lots of energy, and we made an assessment of how we can reduce for energy efficiency measures and also renewable energy. We started small things, in our buildings, how we can reduce energy. And in parallel, we did some detailed feasibility studies to see how we can install solar within the port. And through this, we came, that we can install on rooftop, because land is scarce in the port. So the policy, the guiding principle is to have solar panels on warehouses, on buildings. That's the initiative we started. And right now we already have a contractor appointed to the port, and we have a small project about 400 kilowatts at 3 sites in the port. The whole idea is to go green and to reduce our energy consumption and reduce our emissions. You also mentioned about ships. That is also very true, because ships are large emitters of emissions. So when we have a ship in the port, so definitely we have lots of emissions when they are at berth. So 2 years ago, we did a detailed feasibility study also to see how we can reduce emission from ships, and through the installation of an onshore power supply system. But this is only a study. It's only a study because the investment to have a shore power system is huge, and the power also. It's in terms of megawatt. We just imagine a ship for a 1-day stay, it consumes a lot of energy. But if we have the resources in terms of financial resources and also the clean energy to supply that, this can become a reality. But if we are not yet there, this is a study which is being made.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kailash, for throwing some light on the efforts which you are making. In fact, it's a great initiative, and it's just you are starting with 400 kilowatt, and then of course I'm sure you will be increasing and reducing the share of the fossil fuel over the time. And just to add to your points, because green hydrogen can probably play an important role, maybe, which is a promising fuel for even ships, which we can hopefully over the time we can just look at it. So this is another option which is just being talked about, is emerging as an important thing. So that also can play an important role. I'll now just let me, because the virtual my speakers should not be kind of having lesser privilege. So let me reach to Mr. Sandit. Many happy that Sandit, you joined, you have the NAVALT, and you have been making a lot of efforts, and your efforts are paying off. So let me ask one to talk about your general efforts. Another important point I also want to touch upon with you is, the success of solar also at times, I would say, benefited out of the energy efficiency programs which we have adopted. As it become more energy efficient, you require less power. So solar makes more sense. So this is one of the areas. So I would like to get a sense from you. How did you approach as a whole? What are your efforts to even reducing the energy consumption or making it energy efficient, and then making it with solar or the storage? Over to you, Sandeep. You're not
Thank you
audible,
very
Sandeep.
much.
Yeah.
So
Please go ahead.
in marine transport, which is unlike land-based installation, one crucial element is while the need of energy is there, there is no connection to the grid. So we don't have an alternative to look at connecting while the function is required. For example, electric train, you can do that. While you are running, you can still connect. So in that scenario, it is important to understand the cost of energy from these sources. In the context of India, for example, if the grid is, let's say, 9 cents per kilowatt hour, let's say that is the number, then the energy from an electric motor is almost 3 times cheaper than a diesel engine on the vessel. So it's already 3x reduction in operating expense when you shift from a diesel engine to an electric motor, pure electric. Forget about the efficiency part, which I will come to it, and forget about the solarization. Now, if you are able to contribute from the sun, which in our public transport ferry, almost 67% of the energy is from sun. If you're able to do that, if you take the whole year of a boat's operation, then this, what we call as 1/3 becomes 1/10, right? So it's a difference between 40 cents and about close to 4 cents. So this is what solarization and electrification can do, which is like 1/10. But there's a crucial element which, when we set out in building boats or solar boats in India, which is how you can improve the efficiency of the boat itself by making it lighter, by using composites and aluminum instead of steel and wood. What's the tradition? And this applies to many of the countries in the region, many of these island countries, because the projects we do in Maldives or even in case of Israel, we have seen that the design of the boat also can contribute to another 3x. So for example, when we did our first ferry, when we did this exercise, the need for energy reduced from about 40, 50 kilowatt typically to about 15 kilowatts. So it's a 1/3 reduction. That is why the operating expense in our solar ferry become 1/30. So there's a 30 times reduction because of these 3 steps. So solarization is 3x, the electrification is about 3.5x, and the need for energy is another 3x. So it's about 30x reduction in OPEX. And all 3 are important when we look at shift from a diesel traditional boat to a shift to a solar electric boat with a better materials. This benefit, all the 3 benefit may not apply to a very what you call efficient transport system already existing, let's say in Europe or in US, where the boats are already well designed. This may not be there. The whole 30x may not be there, but there'll be a 10x for sure, still reduction. So in countries like India, Maldives, or many of the developing world where there is not much effort going in the design of the boat, we can capture the 30x. So this means because of the differential cost between a diesel boat and a solar boat, which is roughly about 30%, you can offset by the OPEX savings in less than 3 years in case of public transport. In case of tourism and other applications, it may go to closer to 5 years. And which is what, in my mind, a good cutoff for making the transport system economical without any government intervention in terms of subsidy and other things I am talking. Purely by pure financial numbers, no subsidy in place, we can still achieve in public transport 3-year break even, and in the tourism application 4 to 5 years. This is my initial thoughts.
Thank you, Sandeep. It's a very, very amazing to know how much you could reduce it by the design and the adopting solar and the efficiently. Many thanks, Sandeep, for your and all the best for your efforts, because you are now widening it to Maldives. In fact, I would from Mauritius, Mr. Kailash also is there. You can also be in touch with him to have more solarizing the boats there. Yeah. Now let me come to the government plays very critical role in any country. How the approach of the government is always will be a major catalyst for the adoption of greener power. So in that context, let me reach out to Engineer Bem Angut, the Assistant Director of Renewable Energy and Rural Power Access, the Ministry of Nigeria. So I would like to request you, Mr. Bem, to how Nigeria looks at the decarbonizing the transport sector as a whole, whether it is in the land, water, or air. So over to you for your thoughts and guidance.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for that question. I appreciate being on this session and meeting the good panelists who are quite involved in solarizing the transportation sector. Coming from the government side and from the Ministry of Power Nigeria, I would like to first, because we actually have to deal with policy more, so I would like to elaborate on our plan, the Energy Transition Plan of Nigeria, which runs basically in two streams. The first stream is that we decarbonize our sector by first deploying decentralized solar systems, which we do to increase energy access for the rural areas, for the unserved areas, for the underserved areas as well. While we do that for the decentralized systems, we also look at the grid, enhancing our grid, increasing the electricity demand on grid. And this we intend that we shift all energy uses onto electricity. That is, we base all our energy uses on electricity to the extent that rail transportation would be more dependent on electricity than any other form of direct energy use. And once we would have done this, then we will transition for the interim, that is from now 2020, this will make us have a robust grid, will make us have more uptake of natural gas, but beyond 2030, we will then begin to solarize or decarbonize our grid entirely. So this is the approach of Nigeria to energy transition. So in the decentralized systems, we have had a number of initiatives. One was Energizing Economies initiative. This was purely a private sector led initiative with support from government. Government could do feasibility studies and government could also facilitate loans to the developers. We also did the Energizing Education. This was 100% public funded. And we also did, we're also doing Nigeria Electrification Program. The Nigeria Electrification Program is a program where we got funding from the World Bank, sovereign loan granted to Nigeria by the World Bank, and we use this in providing capital subsidy to developers. The capital subsidy goes up to the extent of about 70% of the cost of the project, and this brings down the tariff and makes it affordable for the communities. But this alone does not guarantee return on investment or does not guarantee continuous revenue generation on this project. These developers also have to have an additional productive use of energy in those communities so that they could always have guaranteed, because the issue of affordability comes in the earnings of the community people to the extent that they won't be able to afford this power continuously all through the month. So you must have a productive use of energy attached to this. And we also have another program which has to do with solar in public buildings. This is another 100% funding by the public sector. We have achieved a level of success in the Nigeria Electrification Project, basically because of the subsidy that was introduced and the productive use of energy, which we had on this. Coming to the main grid now, the Energizing Economies, which is the same policy we would have adopted in solarizing our ports, our airports, had a challenge due to currency conversion issues, inflation issues. It was launched, but with the high rate of inflation, devaluation of the currency, it has not had much success like the Nigeria electrification project that we had, which was heavily subsidized. So for our grid, we are encouraging industries because Nigeria is a unique country. Maybe Africa seems to be slightly different. In case of Mini here, where he had an airport and discovered that the cost of electricity tariff was getting high, they could go to captive power. But in our country, the grid supply seems to be slightly a bit cheaper. But the quality of power on the grid has made some industries to depend on captive power. But the approach of this government is that all industries should return back to the grid. That is, we want to increase the grid demand. So industries should return to the grid. And again, the ports, for us, the ports, the airports, and the seaports and the airports, they are a good market, they are a viable market for our utilities, which we need this as a kind of anchor for their businesses or for their franchise. So if we separate the ports and the airports from the grid, that means you are weakening the grid, you are not increasing the demand, which is the approach which we want to take in the energy transition plan. So for us, the airports and the seaports would better be maintained through the grid so that the grid will become more robust. Nonetheless, there are also opportunities for the land. For the land transport, which we have the rail. The rail presently is depending on diesel. It's not on, sorry, I'm taking so much time. It's depending on diesel and not being run by the electricity sector. Here is an opportunity where we have an energy use, which is not already on the grid, which we can actually do a solarization project on it. We also have for the EVs, we could build solar charging stations, which could also be of great help. And here we have great opportunities. Nonetheless, in the water transport, the city of Lagos, which is the commercial capital of Nigeria, got assistance from French Development Agency, AFD, purely investment, because the subsidy on the petrol has been removed. And due to heavy traffic on the roads, the water transportation in Lagos, which is an island state, has become a very viable alternative for transportation against the road transport. So because of this, there have been investment in solar ferries, and about 15 routes have been discovered. Over 75 ferries are being introduced to be purely electric, and this could depend on solar facilities for charging them. So for us, in the summary, we will first of all increase the demand on our grid, which we solarize later, because our energy transition plan basically talks about transitioning to solar majorly. But for now, we have to make the grid robust enough so that it can absorb the solar energy. So we're not in a rush to begin to separate these sectors and solarize them in isolation. But we want to use the decentralized approach for the rural areas, unserved and underserved communities. This could be viable. But for the grid, increase the demand, and then later beyond 2030, transition to solar. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Bam, for giving the Nigeria's perspective. You know, what I could understand from you, once you make the grid very robust and the reliable power, nobody will be going out of the grid, you know. Otherwise, people will be prompted to go for captive when you don't have a very stable grid power. So, I mean, I fully agree with you. If you are pumping more solar into the grid, and through the grid, the ports or airports can get that power. So indirectly, you are reducing the fossil fuel. So it's a great initiative, and thank you for giving the perspective of Nigeria. Nigeria plays a very critical role in the West African economy, and then I'm sure you will be the kind of a showing the path to other countries in that region. So many thanks for your remarks. So let me come back to Mr. Balwant. Balwant, you have been very closely working on looking at the solarization of airports, and you have helped ISA to develop a kind of handbook which gives a kind of checklist for anybody who wants to solarize the airports based on the inputs from Cochin Airport, Delhi Airport, and all other airports. What are the key findings, if you can just share, in terms of policy interventions, in terms of the business model? If you can throw some light, that will be great for the audience to understand. Over to you, Mr. Balwant.
Hi, good morning, Ramesh ji. Thanks a lot, ISA, for inviting me. Thank you, DG, Dr. Ajay Mathur ji, and my fellow panelists. It's a great privilege to be here. Although I'll be, I'm joining virtually, I would have loved to be there. I'm happy to share my perspective on the solarization of the ports and airports. I think in the transport sector, we need to distinguish and between the infrastructure and rolling stock or carriers that we talk about. So in today's panel, we are talking about both with respect to the solarization of ferries, as well as, that is kind of a rolling stock in that space, and the infrastructure. The infrastructure is a very specific and probably relatively easy to deal with. It's a stationary item. Most of the times, infrastructure projects, even though constructed by private sector, are based on the infrastructure implementation agreements with the government. So there is a possibility of implementing mandates onto those infrastructure developers to implement or to deploy renewable energy for the purpose of the decarbonization. But what we have seen is that the mandates rarely work, and many a times the commercial objectives or the commercial principles play a bigger role. As Ms. Mini mentioned, that the primary driver for the Cochin Airport was reduction in the cost. Increase in tariff from 4 rupees to 7 rupees per unit was a key driver for the Cochin Airport to move from the existing supply to the solar supply. And I think that is going to be the primary driver everywhere. In most of the places, the reduction in the commercial prices, the commercial benefit is very key. The same point was mentioned by Sandeep, in his, when he talked about improvement in efficiency and improvement in or reduction in the cost due to solarization as well as the energy efficiency. So this is going to be the key driver for the purpose of solarization of the ports and airports or any other transport infrastructure, even including the EV charging infrastructure for the public transport, that is the buses and heavy trucks. So, and that's what is very obvious from the work that we have been doing. So how does the government enable it? What kind of the policy that could be implemented? One is, of course, the mandate, but and that could be levied, that could be put onto the operators. But more than that, creating enabling policy framework, like creating a net metering framework, which would allow the solar airports especially and the ports to use the excess land to put up the sufficient solar capacity, which would be fed into the grid and then taken back during the evening or the night period. So the kind of a net metering facilities, open access related facilities, creating enabling policy environment for the procurement of the solar power is something very, very crucial. Having created the policy environment, it is also important to ensure that the charges that are levied for this policy framework, whether it's a net metering or open access or any other combination of that, has to be reasonable. So just the initial comment, what is necessary is a policy and enabling framework. What is also necessary is a ability to enter into contracts. So the port developers, solar airport developers, they are not renewable energy project developers. It's not their job. So you need to enable them to enter into contract to be able to procure power from the specialized solar or the renewable energy project developer, base project developer. And I think that is something is a second lever or second set of policy levers that the government should implement. Over to you, Ramesh ji.
Thank you, Mr. Balwant, giving those perspective of how the government should enable and finally the economy matters to migration into the renewable power. At this stage, let me have open the session to the audience. If you have any questions to the panelists, so that can get any inputs or any suggestions. Okay, if not, I would for a quick round of because we will be running out of time. Minnie, how do you see now future with what you have done, and how do you want to further expand it in a very briefly?
As of now, Cochin Airport has got 50 megawatt of capacity, 38 megawatt is on-site and 12 megawatt is off-site. So we are grid neutral as of now because this will produce 200,000 units of power a day and our consumption is only 1 or 30,000 units a day. So for the near future, at least for the next 5 years, we don't need to add up to the solar and energy production. So there are some takeaways that I would like to share with the other airports or other people who are coming into this, venturing into this. One is the double utilization of land. That is, we have this solar carport at our place. That is a car park with a solar roof is called a carport. And we have a solar carport of 5.3 megawatt capacity, which can produce 22,000 units of electricity, as well as 2,600 cars can be parked under it. So that is this thing that another airports can replicate. Another thing is use of unproductive land. That is, we have installed solar panels on road embankments. Then we have the stormwater drains. We have installed the solar panels on stormwater drains. Then we have a floating plant also. So these are things that is our use of unproductive land is something that others can replicate.
Thank you, Minnie,
you.
because we will be very brief. Sandit, your final point to what do you think? How do you expand it?
One is we have about 30 solar boards in operation and now 33 under construction, which are morely driven by public transport, which are solar ferries, and tourism. These are two applications which we want to scale and get it. Two things we are trying to do: get in the scale level, which is to go beyond India and to the other world in terms of this application, and then go beyond in other applications like fishing boat, the electric ferries, which can carry trucks, which is a RoRos. These are all under construction. We want to get into eventually cargo, which is we are building electric tanker and electric bulk carrier, which can carry 1,000 ton. That is the immediate one we are addressing, 75-meter vessel, which can carry 1,000 ton. Eventually, this has to go to the ships as we speak to make it. And that is the only way to achieve a cleaner and quieter ocean, which is our vision. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandit. You are expanding, you are reaching out to the bigger loads, and that's great to understand it. Engineer Bem, your final comments?
Yeah, I think we have a very big opportunity utilizing the unusable lands of the airports. And I think as a government, it will be to our advantage because we would have to acquire land again because the land is already available, the rooftops are available, and we could utilize this in launching tenders for concession where we could concession to private developers. But they will produce this power that will be fed into the grid and not to isolate the airports from the grid. So they can actually feed into the grid as a storage facility, and this will contribute to we having more solar in the grid entirely. So I think let me just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Bem. Mr. Kailash, so how do you see the future? How do you want to expand in a very brief this thing? Yeah.
I think after hearing all the panelists, I think electrification is a solution if you want to decarbonize the port. Like I said, we started with our operations, in buildings, etc. But we have to go. We mentioned about electrification of ships as well, having alternative fuels as well. But we have also port operation. We have lots of equipment in the port, the cargo handling equipment, the forklifts, the trucks and everything, the RTGs. So these are areas, the potential areas where we can decarbonize by shifting to electric. And that source of electricity could be solar energy. So I think this is my message.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kailash. Let me finally reach out to Mr. Balwant. Just final comments because we are slightly running out of time. Yeah, over to you.
So, yeah, sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, thanks a lot, Ramesh. I think what needs to be done is that the governments need to work in collaboration with the infrastructure providers, both port as well as airport infrastructure providers, and ensure that all the utilities which are there in the port and airport are run actually on the renewable energy. And when I'm talking about not only electrification of the all the utilities, so that the solar could be used, but also wherever there is no electricity required, those also could be there also could be solar could be used, especially in the application, some of the applications of the heating, cooling related things where you can use the other technologies as well. So it's a close collaboration between the policymakers and the private sector service providers is something that is necessary to be able to decarbonize this important sector of transport. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Balwant. So I think just to conclude, it was very interesting discussion. And once you have a very, 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 what you call, very good panel here, the clear message is if the government and private sector can work hand in hand, efficiently deploying the money, looking for energy efficiency, I think we can achieve a lot of progress, not only in terms of getting more energy, but more green energy, which will eventually lead to a sustainable world growth. So with that, I would like to thank Mr. Sandit, Mr. Balwant, Mini, the Engineer Bem, Mr. Kailash. Of course, Pankaj is online, who has given the presentation from there, Mr. Sharma, and all the audience here for a wonderful participation in the entire program. Many thanks to you all, and let me close this session at this stage. Many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Can I request all of you to wear your headsets, please? Am I audible? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this high-level session on unleashing the role of solar for the Global South. You know, different economies face constraints in decoupling emissions from their energy requirements while meeting their developmental needs. Now, while there have been measurable progress, there is still much to be achieved. More importantly, the need, the pace, the measures deployed for such decoupling need to be viewed from a lens of addressing the underlying developmental deficit that several countries are still facing. From this vantage point, it is necessary to expedite energy transitions that can improve economic, social, environmental, and equity aspects while ensuring that the additional energy required is met sustainably. Solar enables this. Solar's wide acceptance as one of the most economical renewable energy sources with the highest mitigation potential in the most cost-effective manner makes it a strong contender. However, its adoption remains skewed, having limited footprint across emerging economies, low-income countries, and small island developing states. The International Solar Alliance had unveiled a flagship study during COP28 last year, where we outlined the challenges and opportunities for different regions in achieving a clean energy transition through an archetype-based approach. As an extension of that study, today's session is designed around phase 2 of unleashing the role of solar in advancing economic, social, and environmental equity, focusing on potential pathways that the world can take towards achieving such an energy transition. At ISA, we continue to work towards ensuring global solar adoption and enhancing its role in promoting equity based on a set of metrics that are people-centric, pro-planet, and underscore sustainable energy transition. Today, we are delighted to have with us Shri Kirti Vardhan Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India with us, Mr. Manish Bapna, President and CEO, NRDC, Athang from Jain Irrigation, Siddharthan, who will also join us on the panel, along with our Director General, Dr. Mathur, on the inaugural panel. Let me now invite Vivek Adhya from BCG to give us a snapshot of the analytics that we are releasing today. The Boston Consulting Group is our knowledge partner for this analytics. Vivek, over to you.
Thank you, Karan. Hello, everyone. I wanted to share and give a brief context of where we are and how the ISA is driving solar adoption. I think last COP we had this announcement about tripling the RE capacity. What if I told you that we'll be able to get 20x, not just 3x, 20x growth in solar adoption by 2050? It's quite possible. And the reason why it's possible, many studies, and I've got some slides, many studies have looked at, increase in solar adoption as we go along the low carbon energy transition pathways between 15 to 20 terawatts by 2050. What we are looking at is this could go 20x, get as high as 26 terawatts by just maximizing or optimizing solar adoption in the current NDC commitments and the pathways that we are taking. The reason is very, very simple. The verdict is out here, very clear. Solar is amongst the most preferred. Why? because it's one of the cheapest source of energy. It's also the most versatile. It also has the lowest life cycle costs and you can deploy it off grid, on grid, across a series of, solutions and stuff. In spite of all its benefits, now you would ask me that if solar is so beneficial, why are we not seeing a massive scale up, especially across countries, across technologies, across solution types? There is skewed penetration of solar, and the reasons are very clear and obvious. We sometimes only look at commercial viability, large scale deployment potential and stuff. We need to go beyond the one size fits all solution, and that's what Karan alluded to in his opening remarks. We've divided, different countries globally into 4 key archetypes, and for each of these archetypes, we've looked at solutions that apply to specific nuances of solar adoption, because you need to move beyond and have very, very customized penetration pathways. The current report looks at planning out and planning where could we eventually land up. Will it be 20x? Of course, yes. Can it go beyond? Probably. We have built in 3 scenarios. One is the business as usual. Second is, if we achieve all our current commitments on NDCs. And third is the shine scenario, when we'll talk more about that. And then we've looked at the socio environmental and economic impacts. It's important to look at it from a current, holistic lens and see what kind of benefits come in, not just from an emissions point of view, but also from jobs, per capita growth, and all these aspects. The 4 archetypes that we have put out in the report are, out here on the slides. The high income countries are really looking at how do you transition from your current energy assets and, get towards absolute decarbonization. So that's what is been driving the energy and transitions agenda there. For the emerging economies and emerging markets, it's so important to really decouple emissions from growth. As one of the fastest growth engines globally, we don't want the same kind of emissions growth that we've seen with some of the other development trajectories. So how do you really decouple that? From a low-income country point of view, the cost of finance sometimes becomes very, very challenging. How do you really figure this out? How do you really provide for more access and design more customized solutions for that? And the last part on small island developing nations with very little land area, how do you, and being most vulnerable to the impacts on climate change, how do you really provide for the energy security? How do you make them less dependent on fuel imports and less dependent on other countries for their energy needs? So we've looked at all of these nuances in greater detail. The 3 scenarios that we panned out, we call them the slow transition, dynamic transition, and the shine pathway. Slow is the current business as usual. Dynamic is if we all achieve our NDC commitments. About 93% of NDCs include RE commitments. The shine is just a little more nuanced version of the dynamic scenario, where we are saying that if we maximize the adoption of solar within the current RE commitments, where will we eventually land up? And we've done some modeling, we've done some projections, we've seen where things would expand. The last couple of rows you see on the slides is most important. The penetration levels of solar, can go as high as, more than 3/4 of the grid connectivity. The electrification remains pretty much similar, but the solar part in the electricity mix goes substantially higher. And if we build these transition pathways on the shine scenario, we'll have significant social, economic, and environmental benefits that I spoke about earlier. The first nuance is the RE/RTC costs, right? We will have significant reductions in the cost of energy, cost of electricity with increased adoption of solar, simply because solar is the cheapest. It will still, including the storage and grid and all the other kind of dynamics that are needed for it, we'll still have one of the lowest RERTCs. We will have, again, sizable impact on emission reductions, on the cost of generation, on the jobs created, and there are more impacts and numbers that we've put out in the report, especially both across the three dimensions of environment, economic, and social. And we've also linked them to the SDGs. So together we can, I think, each archetype needs to look at solar adoption in different ways. And all that is needed is a mix of, some very, very nuanced solutions that are customized for each archetype. But broadly, what do we do on storage? What do we do on both seasonal and long duration storage? How do we reduce those costs? How do we make those investments upfront in spite of the challenges or projections that we see that battery costs might come down significantly later? We still need to do those investments today. What do we do on upgrading our grids to adopt and make sure that more solar is fed into the grid? How about looking at policies that go across the value chain, because panels are manufactured someplace, the minerals are in some others, batteries come in, the consumption happens in different countries. So there is a need for more holistic policies on that. And financing, again, becomes the most important part. How do you really come up with innovative financing mechanisms? In fact, just earlier this year, ISA launched a global solar facility for Africa with, at the assembly meeting. And these kind of mechanisms really expand the way commercial financing can go into it. So I will pause here. This was just a very quick snapshot of where we were, and I'd encourage everyone to look at the study, provide us with comments and feedback, and very happy to be here. Thanks again.
Thank you, Vivek. Let me now invite Dr. Mathur to give his welcome remarks.
Honorable Minister, Atang, Manish, Sean, Arun, many friends I see here, and obviously new friends as well. So the reason I see many friends is I've been in this circus for a very, very long time. I started at COP1, and hopefully this is my last COP. But in the process, I've sat all around the table and consequently gathered a lot of friends. Sir, one of the things that has bothered us as we looked at solar and looked at the negotiations as well is that we have fallen into the trap of two archetypes of countries, developed and developing. Developed is, we have also seen these as sources of financing and technology, the developed countries, and the destinations of technology and financing, the developing countries. But I would like to suggest that reality suggests that it's more nuanced. And therefore, while there are 192 member countries of the UNFCCC, we feel that there are 4 archetypes. And those 4 archetypes are the ones that Vivek just talked to you. I would say the developed countries are those where the energy consumption per capita has more or less leveled. It is increasing because of green hydrogen. It is increasing because of electricity in transport, but it has been more or less constant. This is important because what they can do is they can do a lot of solar in the day. And the existing capacity can be used at night. Because solar during the day provides you with the cheapest energy across geographies. All developed countries, all developing countries. In the large developing countries, we have access to volumes. This is what brings the price down. As prices come down, the entire world benefits. And that's why we are seeing, for example, in India, the price of solar has dramatically declined in the last 10 years from something of the order of 17 rupees a kilowatt hour to approximately, 2 rupees a kilowatt hour or 2.4 rupees a kilowatt hour. This has occurred primarily because of scale, also because of technological development, but primarily because of scale. The third group is what are called as the lower developing countries, less developed countries, which are smaller in area, which do not have the volumes, but together have the capacity to be able to absorb this. It's difficult to get finance there. Energy access is a problem and grids are a problem. We need to provide answers to those. So last year during India's G20 leadership, we had done a study which looked at the price of grid extension in Africa. Grid extension is a way to provide electricity to everybody. And what we found was that it was cheaper to provide electricity by solar mini grids, which are located at one place, so they have solar plus batteries, than by grid extension if the grid has to be extended by more than 10 kilometers. I think as the world, we need to support this ambition. And then we have the small island countries. Sir, some years ago, I went to Fiji. To go from one island to the other, you needed to go by boat. How are boats fueled? By diesel. Where are the electric boats? We, the developed countries and the large developing countries, need to develop the technology for electric boats. It's started happening in Kochi, where solar ferries are now available. We hope to take one of these to Maldives and hopefully one to Fiji. But high-speed boats beyond ferries would be needed there. I think we need to invest in that development. Just like this, there are hundreds of examples of the small island states needing technologies that will be developed in the rest of the world. So the presentation today talked about how we look at the world today, how we can look at the world tomorrow. The point being that we are looking at what, a 20 times increase in the amount of solar energy if we go the way of the 2030 climate pledges and focus on solar energy. 20 times by 2050. In other words, it's quite possible for the world's electricity to be met by solar, by nuclear, and by other biomass and wind in 2050. So it's an astonishing change that we see before us. And we look forward to move together on this journey. Sir, can I now request you to say a few words at the launch and launch this report? Thank you very much. So you can speak from there if you wish. It is a great delight to welcome Mr. Kirthiwardhan Singh, the Honorable Minister of the State for Environment, Forests and Climate Change in the Government of India, who would be releasing this report. Mr. Kirthiwardhan Singh is a member of the Indian Parliament and represents a new strata of politicians in India who, may I say, represent a thought leadership that was sadly missing in the past years. Sir, can I request you to say a few words and to release them?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The global energy landscape, as we know, is at a critical juncture today, requiring urgent transition to renewable energy resources, not only as an environmental imperative, but also to address the pressing global challenges of energy security. Transitioning to renewable energy will significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions and also ensure stable, reliable, and affordable energy access for all, resulting in resilient economies capable of thriving in a low-carbon world. Furthermore, transition to clean energy will also have significant economic and social benefits. Its positive impact on health, education, and livelihoods, particularly in the remote regions, cannot be overlooked. Social power today is one of the most affordable and accessible renewable energy resource. Its versatility, ranging from rooftop installations to large-scale solar parks, allows it to be deployed across diverse geographies and economies, benefiting both urban and rural communities. However, despite its advantages, solar energy currently accounts for just 10 to 15% of the global installed energy capacity and underscores the urgent need for concerted efforts to scale up its adoption. This is particularly relevant for the global south, which not only accounts for the majority of the world's population, but also the energy demand growth. It also faces unique challenges in solar power adoption, such as limited access to affordable finance, technology, and infrastructure. In 2015, India, along with France, launched the International Solar Alliance with the objective of overcoming these impediments in the path of harnessing the full power of solar energy. This alliance aims at channelizing collective efforts to expand the global deployment of solar power, especially in countries with abundant sunlight, to combat climate change and also foster sustainable development. The International Solar Alliance reflects India's commitment to multilateralism and a carbon neutral future. Today, this alliance represents 120 signatories, including 102 fully ratified member countries, making it a vital global coalition in the renewable energy landscape. It plays a key role in advancing global solar cooperation, enhancing energy security, and supporting the transition to cleaner energy systems. One sun, one world, and one grid is the underlying theme for the International Solar Alliance-led initiative. And this aims at interconnecting solar grids across borders. And this initiative embodies the spirit of global collaboration, which is the essence of this alliance. Solar energy is central to India's National Action Plan on Climate Change, with the National Solar Mission as the flagship initiative aimed at accelerating technology and implementation. Solar power today accounts for about 21% of India's total installed capacity of renewable energy-based electricity generation. And this makes India the third largest global power in solar photovoltaic deployment. In pursuit of achieving our net zero by 2070, India aims to achieve 280 gigawatts of solar capacity by 2030 as part of a broader goal of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity. India has also implemented several policies and programs aimed at increasing generation, transmission, and adoption of solar power, as well as encouraging investments in the trade in the solar energy sector through development of mega solar parks, targeted financial support, innovative market mechanisms, and also a liberal foreign direct investment policy. Ladies and gentlemen, we must appreciate that energy is not just a commodity, but it is also a fundamental enabler of development and socio-economic equity. The success of the global energy transition depends on our ability to ensure that it is just, it is inclusive, and it is responsive to the needs of all sections of the society. This calls for enhanced innovation, collaboration, and cross-border partnerships in this sector. And India stands committed to the transition to renewable energy and invites the Global South to join hands in unleashing the transformative power of solar energy for a sustainable and a resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me invite the inaugural dais to just release the report along with the panelists. And Vivek, Dave, come on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that enlightening. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that enlightening address and for the release of the report as well. Before we head on to the panel, I would like to invite Director General Dr. Ajay Mathur to please felicitate the Honorable Minister. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. As I request the panelists to come onto this side of the room,
I request the people who are standing there to come here. Come on, come.
So as I get the panelists on this side of the room, before that, let me invite Mr. Manish Bapna, President of NRDC, for a special address. Manish, over to you. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Good morning, everyone. What a privilege it is to be here with all of you today. Just to say a few words about why India, the International Solar Alliance, and this report are just so relevant to the conversations happening more broadly. So what I'd like to do is say just a few more words about the global context in which all of this is happening. And I want to start by a lot of gratitude to ISA and to Ajay. I anticipate this will not be your last COP. And Vivek, from a McKinsey alum, I will say this report is excellent. And as a BCG author, many can appreciate that praise does not come often. But I just want to take a couple of minutes and just say why I think this conversation we're having right now is so incredibly timely and relevant to the conversation we're having in the negotiations at COP29 in this moment in time. The first point that we heard everyone talk about is just where we are on climate. And the reality is we have a lot more work to do. When you add up existing pledges, commitments that have already been made, we're at 2.7 degrees of warming, far from the 1.5 that people feel we must be at to avoid the most complicated impacts of climate change. The G20 countries, we know, are where the bulk of emissions are. There's a lot more work that needs to be done in that space. But even small developing countries, although the emissions footprint is quite low, they are growing rapidly. And there is a need to think about how to tackle those emissions. But what is also important and hasn't come out as explicitly is that solar is not quite relevant just for reducing emissions. Solar is an incredibly important solution from a resilience standpoint. As we fight for a 1.5 world, we need to be planning for a 3-degree world. And in that context, solar and the ability for solar to be a more resilient energy solution is a very important virtue that we should not lose sight of. The second point, and that's been made by all the speakers, is around development and the recognition that solar is good not only for climate, but for the various development benefits that it provides. We heard about the economic benefits, the very low cost of solar at this point in time. And as we increase solar in terms of the learning curve, the cost of solar will only go further down. But it is also the environmental and social benefits of solar. The fact that electricity costs become cheaper for individuals, the fact that actually you have cleaner air, cleaner water from solar relative to the alternatives. When I was walking here to this session, I passed 2 major demonstrations around false solutions and the recognition that fossil fuels not only create a problem for climate, they create local environmental and social challenges. Solar avoids those consequences. And so thinking about the development benefits, the economic, the social, the environmental benefits is a big benefit of solar. The third conversation is around finance. We know COP29 is about the finance COP, and looking broadly, the big deal out of this COP is what's going to replace the $100 billion commitment that was made in 2009. And we have heard India, many countries talking about the need for $1.2, $1.3 trillion of investment per year needed to help support developing countries mitigate, build resilience to climate impacts, loss and damage, and so forth. One of the big things that will come out of this COP is a more ambitious commitment about what the rich world needs to provide. It will be far from what is needed, but it will be a step up from where we are today. And so we will have more money from the developed world to support climate solutions in the developing world. One of the big challenges, however, that we hear from the rich world, where are the projects, right? So you get into this big debate, the money is there, where are the projects? The other side, the projects are here, where is the money? We now have in this COP those 2 issues coming together, where there will be more money at the table, and what we are talking about here is where those projects are. And that is why this conversation is so important. And the final point I would make is that the biggest barriers for deploying solar at scale are implementation barriers. They're not really economic barriers. And that is where the 4 archetypes and the recognition that we need to have more tailored, differentiated solutions for how we scale up solar becomes so important. And that is where India's foresight, South-South cooperation, the role of the International Solar Alliance, what this report aims to do is to provide much more tailored understanding of how we can actually deploy solar at scale in the developing world. And that is why I think actually this session, the report, the International Solar Alliance, why this is the essence of what this entire COP is about, because it brings all those different dimensions together around climate, around development, around finance, and around really implementation and what we need to get to scale, and why I'm so happy to be here as part of this conversation. So Vivek, Ajay, and to the Minister and for India's leadership, thank you very much.
Thank you, Manish. Let me invite Dr. Mathur to felicitate Manish. I think he has another appointment, but let me also welcome on the panel Dr. Suman Chandra, who's the director with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, who has come out of intense negotiations to be with us for a little while. Dr. Mathur, over to you. And with the request that Madam Chandra would want to speak first, as she has to head back to the HODs at 12:30.
Suman, first of all, many, many thanks for being here. I also want to thank Siddharthan Balasubramaniam. Sid is good enough. I am delighted to make the acquaintance of the third generation of the Jain family who have pioneered irrigation and particularly precise irrigation in India. Sean, who's been a friend of many years, leading the climate bonds charge. Sandhya from the World Bank, who has been a steadfast supporter of solar and renewables in general. And of course, it's a delight to welcome you on the panel as well. So Suman, let me start with you. We have seen India as both a huge performer in terms of solar, but also in terms of pushing the solar agenda across many countries, including the creation of the organization that I lead, the International Solar Alliance. Let me ask you, why is it that India is in the lead on solar across the world?
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. I think I'd like to start with a premise that India has never been a climate denier. And traditionally, the kind of ecosystem that we have in terms of our natural allegiance to the solar universe, because if we talk historically also, we are very aligned to the solar universe in our religion, in a larger framework of how we go about day-to-day, conduct. However, when we talk completely on the base of technology. So solar in India as a established technology is being able to be scaled up because we have a very stable policy environment, an ecosystem that is created which has clear policy directions, policy stability vis-a-vis the technologies. And we are not questioning or eroding them based on shifting leaderships. That might be the case in many of the countries. So that buy-in, that political buy-in, that policy buy-in is very strong right now. That alone might not be enough. So we have an industry which supports this revolution. So great contribution in India's solar energy is of the industry, which has been with the government, walked shoulder to shoulder and delivered this mandate of accelerating solar. Now we have come to a scale where, there are certain lessons that the rest of the world can learn from us. We have skills and capacities that can be exchanged across borders. So creating, large frameworks that we are able to share the best practices across the globe, share our learnings, share also the opportunities that India provides today. If I have to talk about strictly the solar journey, we have seen how we have accelerated not just the utility scale solar, but we have also focused on the decentralized solar as well to connect the last mile. And we do have challenges there because the cost parity in utility and decentralized is still not there. And the sub-national, governments have also sort of created that ecosystem and policy framework that's aligned to the central government policy framework, which kind of enables that hand-holding, additional hand-holding, I would say, at the local level, which accelerates the solar. And we have other policies like, now talking about the intermittency of the solar, how to tackle them. We are accelerating towards the round-the-clock, energy systems, so that the pushback that we hear in many parts of the globe that, renewable energy is not sufficient, it's intermittent. Of course, we have battery challenges and the cost challenges in the battery scenario, but one step at a time, I think India is accelerating on a strong footing. Thank you.
Thanks, Suman. I am going to carry some words that she said with me always. Amongst those are, it's more than political leadership, it's also industry leadership. I believe that the role that the industry plays in helping create policy and for long-term policy is important. The second thing that I am hearing Suman say, which I completely agree with, is the fact that you're looking at obviously large, but you're also looking at small applications. And small applications implies that you are constantly learning, relearning. You're looking at a lot more entrepreneurs to carry the task forward. Thank you very much, Suman. Sid, let me turn to you. Sid, you've been in this business for a long time.
Circus.
Oh, wow, circus for a long time. From your point of view, especially where you are sitting now at ClimateWorks, which is one of the global funders for actions which help us move towards a more sustainable future and ultimately a sustainable future. Sid, what do you see as being the kinds of policy drivers that move us towards solar? We heard Suman talk about many things, but things which I recall and will recall forever are the public policy commitment and the industrial commitment and the need to look at small scale as well. But from your point of view, apart from these, are there any other issues that you'd like to focus on?
Thank you, Ajay. And let me take it off. Thank you very much. Good to be with friends and coming to any ISA event. And thanks to Vivek, Karen, Shishir, and others for having me. Always coming back to ISA makes me nostalgic because there is a history, long history. Ajay knows it well. So thank you again. I think let me start with reminding ourselves about the Sustainable Development Goal 7, which is just the back of the mind, because that is where the driver for us. That's what Manish said about the development, which is to ensure energy access, which is reliable, affordable, clean, and modern energy for all. That is what the SDG 7 is about. And we should keep it at the back of the mind more than the climate side of it, number one. I think for me, before getting into the policy, the other one I want to remind myself is about energy transition is a pathway to the broader economic transition. I think if you take that as a pathway, then our key question is how a renewable energy, solar-driven economic growth need to be affordable, clean, which is a clean itself, and policy-driven is a major question we're addressing. I think in the context, my second point is ISA is the biggest invention in a decade to ensure or demonstrate a solar economy is possible in the world. I believe, I may be ignorant in saying that, we are not there yet demonstrating a solar-driven economy, but I think there are potential exists, and ISA is in the right place at the center of it to make it happen. I think the report you put out, Vivek, in terms of demonstrating the possibility of the magnitude of the challenge as well as magnitude of the possibility is the one, I would say, where the policies are coming in. I represent a philanthropy. We are a tiny player, compared to, for instance, the government or MDBs where Sandhya is sitting, coming with small resources, but the value of the resources is super flexible. It's quick to deploy, a lot of risk appetite. That's the value of the philanthropy. And how we approach the policy drivers are mainly as if it is energy is a driver of economic growth. They inevitably, like all of you think, the sectoral pathway is very important, both in terms of production as well as demand. That's where the first approach we adopt is what are the key policy which are not only low carbon, increasingly towards net zero in terms of power sector, transportation, industry, buildings, so on. That's the first way in terms of both government and government-driven business approach to those sectors, number one. Number two is about how the civil society fits into this. Research institution, which is again guided by the policies of the government, various policies. At the same time, they live in a policy environment. They are not the policy creators. They are a kind of custodian or a driver of policy changes. The second way we work is how to enable the civil society, non-government ecosystem to develop those policies. And the final one is, I'll pass it on because I don't know how much time, so I'll pass it on given the number of panelists. And the last point I want to make is finance. This is a finance cup. And we had a billions unit, now it's a trillion unit, and the commitment not even close to it. And if we were ransomed to the finance, whether what is the impact on the energy transition which need to happen, irrespective of the finance, because countries benefit. India, Africa, for instance, whole African continent need to transform as quick as possible because there is a potential, there is a demand, there is aspiring youth, there is increasing urbanization. So that need to happen. So how we can put it not to ransom to the finance discussion so that we leverage MDBs through MDB private sector or philanthropy. And I would say that we need a policy ecosystem to drive that change. And project pipeline is a good way to do about it. I'll stop there, Jim.
Thank you very much, Sid. I must confess, looking at it in this structured manner really makes both the problem more amenable, but also provides a greater degree of insights into where we are going. And I think, Sid, if I am not wrong, if I can draw out from your statements, is the fact that on the one hand, you talked of R&D, which, as we said, is very important for the SIDS. On the other hand, you talked of round-the-clock renewable energy, which is important for everybody. And you also talked of the need to link economic development and the solar economy. I must confess that I am totally taken in by your concept of the solar-driven economy. I would very much like to see how we can incorporate it into the global discussions. Atang, I'm looking at you. You've been, for years, a manufacturer of solar pumps. I have a solar pump on my farm, which was produced by Jain Irrigation, and it's been working absolutely flawlessly for 10 years. What are the kinds of challenges that you see in the very many countries that you have moved to?
Hello. Thank you for that, and glad to hear that the pump is still working fine. That's a good thing about solar, right? Once you install it and you're done for 25 years. But the major challenge that we see in India is full of thousands, millions of small and marginal farmers that even after the state given subsidies and the help that the government is giving, they are still not able to afford the small portion that they have to pay by themselves, even though there are ways where they can pay that through now the Kusum scheme, get loans for that part. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of educating the farmers on what kind of benefits they can get by putting solar water pumps on their farm, especially where there is no grid electricity, is where we can provide the solar water pumps. The other thing that we've been working on is agrovoltaic farming. So if you think about solar on buildings, you are utilizing all the assets that you have, and you have thing on the rooftop. So you're utilizing your land. But when you think about farming, and you think about all the solar parks that have been put up, usually it's taking up a lot of land, maybe non-agrarian land right now, but eventually the targets that we have, we're gonna need to ensure that along with farming, you can even do solar on top of the farming. So there is possibility, for example, to grow banana along with solar photovoltaic, and we call it agrovoltaic. And this is something that is not so popular right now and needs to be popularized more and more. And it is possible to do profitable farming with this, is what we have found. The challenge is mainly access to credit and the education of the farmers. So this is somewhere, again, where the industry as well as the government needs to work hand in hand to kind of do extension and outreach. We, from our side, for example, we're bringing 60,000 farmers to our R&D farm in Jalgaon, and we show to them what are the best ways that you can use technology on your farm and still make multiples of the profit that you are currently making. So as private sector, we do that on our own cost, but we would, of course, request that the government and other corporates also join us in educating the farmers on what is possible. Today, they don't even know that such a thing is even possible to do. So that's my 2 bits on that.
Thank you very much, Atang. As I was hearing you, I heard that the public-private partnerships to enable financing, particularly of the high upfront cost, is amazingly important. As far as agro-voltaics is concerned, immediately following this is a discussion on agro-photovoltaics. I tell you what the questions we have. You talked of bananas. We are not very clear of the kinds of benefits that the farmer would have from the sale of electricity from the agro-photovoltaics, plus the sale of bananas. Both of these may be reduced, or will he get the full price? The second is bananas grow in certain areas. We know that tomatoes and chilies are things that can grow under agro-photo. So what can grow and where? The other third question is, how does the utility buy the excess agro-voltaic electricity that you do? I believe that what he is talking about is the future. We need to work fully on making it happen. Thank you very much, Atang. Sean, you've been involved with green bonds, I don't know, forever. At this point, I can say forever. I mean, you and I go back in this thing for a long time. As far as green bonds are concerned, what do you see as the prime benefit that they bring in the revolution towards solar photovoltaics?
I hope that's working. Look, in the last 15 years, we met a long time ago, the green bond market has grown from $2 billion outstanding to $5 trillion US outstanding. Why? Because we've been able to get a lot of investors keen in the fixed income market, and this is the pension funds and insurance funds of the world, in an instrument which meets their risk yield requirements, but also addresses the challenge of climate, environment, sustainability. Now, we've done that by starting off giving them equal priced instruments. But on that basis, you get a lot more capital. So the first Indian issuers of green bonds got no price benefit, but they got a lot more investors. I remember David Raskina, who used to head the India Export-Import Bank, as you know, when they issued India's first green bond, he said to me, Sean, I didn't get any price benefit, but I got 20% more investors to my book. You don't think I can't extract price? Of course I can extract price. I left it on the table for the first one. In the future, we'll be able to extract better pricing. So the green bond market worked for institutional issuers who are doing regular issuance. As we grow appetite, investors find these are better value in the secondary market. They hold on to them. Whenever there's a downturn in the market, green bonds hold their value. Think about this as Reliance versus Adani in the equity markets. Reliance stays, the equity price stays like that. Adani goes like that. Now, for a pension fund, they want security. Larry Fink, the head of BlackRock, said that he made his money by ensuring not that investors got extra returns or yield, but that his investors didn't lose their money. For pension funds, security of return is everything. Now that means green bonds are worth more in the secondary market. And as a result, investors bid tighter in primary. After a few years, we got Indian issuers who were issuing in liquid markets, US dollar, EUR, started getting benefits. Renew, Greenco, Azure were getting something like 40 basis points benefits compared to vanilla bonds in euros or US dollars, particularly US dollars. But even Hero Future Energies, with their domestic bond, said they were getting better price to secondary market. All of this was uncertain. For bankers, while the State Bank of India, that's also a serial issuer of green bonds, and the State Bank of India Asset Management says they always give priority to green bonds in INR. They used to tell me, but Indian investors are not particularly keen. We don't think we're getting an INR benefit. Right now, just to be clear, if you can issue US dollar green bonds, there are clear benefits. But at the beginning of last year, the Indian government issued a green sovereign bond, and they got pricing benefit from domestic investors, 6 basis points benefit compared to the normal Indian bond. This is, of course, a AAA issuance. That showed conclusively Indian investors want benefits too. We basically have more access to capital. We have reduced interest rates. Now, why is this important? Because in solar is all about CapEx. There is virtually zero OpEx. You can run it for 10, 20 years with very minimal kind of costs if you can get CapEx. Well, when I first met AJ, the cost of capital for investing in solar meant that over a 20-year lifetime of a bond, 2/3, the entire lifetime costs were interest payments. In other words, cost of capital was everything. It wasn't the cost of the panels. It wasn't the cost of the installation. It was the cost of capital. And those companies that were able to engineer, financial engineering, cheaper cost of capital, were winning at auctions all the time. Solar Alliance, the French solar company used to win contracts, and I could never understand why, because they got cheaper capital. We're still in that space, especially if interest rates going like that. So green bonds are about shaving the cost of capital and getting greater access to capital. I want to just reinforce some of the benefits. You know, Western economies in the last 200 years, their growth was driven by low-cost energy, coal in England. Nowadays, people like Reliance and Adani and Azure tell me you can make 2.5 times the return from solar as you can from thermal power. NTPC, National Thermal Power Company, tell me by 2030, they will be a 50% renewable energy company because the returns are better. There is no new capex going into coal power in India anymore because the returns are better. For the Indian economy, the cost continues to drop. We are looking at an era of lower cost energy, similar to what happened in England in the 1800s, to allow India to take advantage of an incredible development which will fuel the Indian economy. As we shift to solar in the Indian economy, the cost of energy is dropping and will continue to drop. And that will be the prime determinant of rapid growth of industrial economy and other economies. This is a new era for India going forward, but it will depend on speeding up the flow of solar development. And this will apply to all emerging markets. Emerging markets with solar intensity where the cost of solar is going to become unbelievably cheap, as it is already in Saudi, will shift, and that'll start a new industrial boom. We already see this beginning to happen. Nippon Steel in Japan tell me there are no new blast furnaces in Japan. They're shifting now to places with good renewable energy that can produce green hydrogen. And we've seen a new Nippon Steel Adani venture in Gujarat to build green hydrogen powered steel. This will apply to fertilizer production. India has a terrible current account deficit problem because we import gas to create fertilizer. All of that fertilizer in 10 years will be created from renewables in Rajasthan and Gujarat and other places with green ammonia and so on. There are so many benefits to the Indian economy with this shift, and this again applies to all the countries. Those countries producing gas around the world, that's a separate issue. Their future will be determined by India's shift to solar. They also need to change their economic policy because gas is on the way out, because it will be in India, to the way out, because solar is just so much better on so many grounds. Now, from my perspective, that means my global investors, I'm saying this is the future, investment in renewable. Green bonds to begin with, but green equity. Look at CDPQ, a Quebec company's investment in Avada, in CLP and so on. Look at the various equity investments that have been identifying that the future is solar going forward. That's the key issue. For the Climate Bonds Initiative, we've now started providing not just certification for green bonds, of which most green bonds in India, and it's been a great market, have been certified, but also for companies. So we're looking at companies that are solar companies. We're saying, you know what? We just need to give you a blanket certification. Of course you're green. When you get this certification, that allows you to market more easily to global investors everything you do, all debt, all equity. We now have some companies getting certifications ahead of an IPO as part of reinforcing their credentials. And we have Gift City bringing in preferential tax rates for green bonds and companies that will be listed in Gift City that are green. There's all these things coming together to try and support increased capital flows to solar in India and in other countries.
Thank you very much. Listen, I want my retirement funds to be safe. I will put them in the green bonds so that they get a return. They get a return every year. And this is something that in every developing country market, you are now seeing an increasing amount of funds. And that is what I hope that we can focus on in the next Unleashing Solar report, on the growing debt markets in developing countries and how bonds can influence the movement of the pension funds from the developing countries into the green markets and therefore finance solar projects. Thank you very much, Sean. Sandhya, as far as MDBs are concerned, and more particularly the World Bank, you have been a leader in, on the one hand, enabling the additional resources from carbon credits, and on the other hand, on using this to provide electricity to the people who don't have electricity. What is it that you see that solar can provide in the economies that you work in?
Thank you so much for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here. I think one of the first points that I'll make is that many of the findings of this report really resonate with what we are doing, and we increasingly see the resilience aspect of solar, which is perhaps not as well understood as it should be. access to electricity is really the space in which a lot of solar technology is getting deployed right now in a majority of our client countries. And access represents a really fundamental aspect of resilience. So if we think about the populations that have the capacity to recover or adapt to climate shocks, a lot of it depends on the extent to which they have access to basic services, to health, to education, to electricity, and to livelihood, which allows them to have enough income to overcome gaps in that income being generated when there's some kind of climate event. A second point is when we think about resilience, it also applies not just to the communities, but to the grid system as a whole. And we're seeing increasingly the benefits of solar as a diversification mechanism, as, for example, energy security becomes more of a concern and access to certain resources becomes lower. Or alternatively, there's fluctuation in hydropower generation because, again, of more frequent or more intense droughts. So the resilience aspects of solar are one of the most prominent features that are becoming evident in a lot of our work globally. And we also see this as part of the Mission 300 agenda in Africa that was recently launched, where electrification is front and center when we look at the role of solar. One important point that I think in India's solar journey that is perhaps not as widely spoken of is the value that comes from sharing the business models that India developed for the scale up of solar. And that is the main challenge that we have when we look at trying not just to deploy the underlying solar technology, but also to generate carbon credits from it. Diversifying the revenue streams for mini grids with telecom towers, or trying to aggregate solar home systems and deploy them at scale. Those are the kinds of elements that not just enable you to generate carbon credits from a program at a scale where it's actually viable to monetize them, but those are the elements that make a project financeable, period. Without having that kind of clarity on what the sources of financing, what the cash flows are, and without having adequate scale for the transaction costs to make sense, we really struggle to drive financing into these types of programs. And I think there's a huge amount of value there in the nuanced approach of having the lessons from emerging markets shared with LDCs, which are earlier in their solar deployment journey. The last point that I'll make in terms of financing is I think there are many imbalances, mismatches in risk and return perceptions. Some of it misguided, often because, for example, despite solar being at grid parity, the comparison is not with new fossil fuel, but with marginal cost of continuing to operate existing fossil fuel, which really causes investors to not necessarily fully appreciate the investment decision that is at hand. And concessional finance is really essential in all models, in all business models, in all scenarios that we examine. The role of concessional finance is undeniable. But at the same time, what we have found is that we need to be thoughtful about how that concessional finance is deployed. If we use it in a brute force sort of sense of trying to meet any and all expenses with concessional finance, we always obviously fall short, and it's a bit of a missed opportunity to drive additional resources, let's say from the private sector or from other sources to the same financing. So being thoughtful about that kind of concessional finance is one of the key areas with solar that we could further explore. And carbon markets in that context, while they won't meet the full financing gap that we see for solar, they play a really important catalytic role because they're one of the few forms of financing that do not need to be repaid. They're non-debt. And so there's greater flexibility in terms of how it can be deployed. And a lot of the work that the bank is doing is in trying to pilot approaches for scaled up methodologies for generating carbon credits from a range of solar related interventions, for deploying digital measurement reporting and verification systems where we can, so that there's increased transparency, increased accuracy, more robustness, and at the same time, reduced transaction costs. And all of this serves to provide greater generation to investors, both in carbon markets and in solar markets. So our vision is really to have an end-to-end digital ecosystem that is enabled by new technologies and to use these different tools that we have at our disposal to enable the rapid scale up of solar. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandhya. I must say that the way the World Bank has pivoted on using the benefits that come from financing of renewable energy and solar energy projects in general has been remarkable in terms of finding the additional sources, but also in terms of meeting the kinds of making projects, in a sense, less risky. I think it's tremendously important, and I'll come back to you on that. But Dave, you have been a leader, you are a partner at BCG, and we are delighted to partner with BCG on this report. The point that I'd like to make is that from your perspective, where across these four archetypes that we talked about, the developed countries, the large developing countries, the developing countries and the small island states, where is it that we see a metric, for example, round the clock renewable electricity being available so that you can actually capture the kinds of changes that are occurring over time?
Thanks for the question, and first off, a huge congratulations to ISA for the fantastic agenda you've been driving and the impact you've been having. So this is really fantastic. So I'm from Southeast Asia, and one could argue the diversity of Southeast Asia has all four archetypes inside there, right? There's the developed, the emerging, developing, small island states. They all exist. Maybe I'll take Southeast Asia as an illustration of some of the challenges. I'll get back to the metric at the end, but maybe just reflections on Southeast Asia. So solar undoubtedly has tremendous potential in the region. That said, we have challenges, right? We have grid challenges. We have limitations on technical potential to complement solar. Wind is in some places and not in others. We have challenges around how much you could do hydro, for example. So in that environment, there's still a lot of potential for solar because there's multi-purpose use. When you start, you mentioned earlier, when you can value the dollar value of resilience in the energy system. Our energy systems in Southeast Asia are fairly complex, right? There's a lot of coal inside and so on, also heavily exposed to climate risk. So when you start valuing the benefits of distributed solar, including access and grid stability, it adds another element of value that then can create a private sector value case for mobilizing more financing, right? So I think there's that. There's the multi-dual use. You mentioned agriculture, agro and solar. But also, if you do solar and irrigation in areas where you have high degree of water stress, you then again have multiple benefits because you do solar powered drip irrigation, precision irrigation that increase yields. Again, another source of revenue stream or value for the private sector to then come in and blend in with other sources of financing. So I think this whole idea of multi-use is going to have a lot of potential in a region as diverse as Southeast Asia, where agriculture and land use is a big part of the local economies. Now then we're coming back to stepping back on Southeast Asia as a whole and come back to the metric question. There's huge interconnectivity in that region. So the codependence is quite high. We see it in places such as, there's huge value in investments in collective grid. ASEAN Grid has been an agenda for 20 years, and we're seeing more and more value for that. So this is where the policy mechanisms start coming in that can help accelerate and advance the solar agenda. Because if you have ASEAN as a platform that encourages cross-border flow, then you get the power across, you get the financing across as well to get these developments going. And the final point I would say is that, especially when it comes to energy access and distributed sources, if you're competing against diesel generation in a hard to reach place, you got to address the subsidy question, right? So you got to reduce the subsidies, rechannel that into the capex for the distributed sources, and then you narrow the playing field. And I think these are many policy levers that are very much addressable. They're not easy, but they're addressable and hugely valuable. So maybe coming back to the metric, if I take Southeast Asia as a region, given the diversity that we have, the one metric that I would love to see is the dollars flowing into solar and solar complemented solutions that
support decarbonization of the power systems. That would be a fantastic metric to see, going up as we see the development.
Thank you, Dave. I have a huge number of questions for all of you. I wanted to talk about distribution networks. How do we redo the distribution networks? How do we create the financing for them? I wanted to talk about how do we enable the financing to become, to actually flow from a large scale to retail scale. I wanted to talk about how do we enable financing to, Atang had brought up the issue of capital costs. And therefore, how on earth do we work with local banks to enable financing to people who are considered unfinanceable? Lots of questions, but I know that we have got relatively limited time, and I wanted to open it up to you in the audience to see if there are any questions that you'd like to put to this great panel that we have with us today. Yes, please. You need a mic.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Ajay Mathur for organizing such a very thought-provoking session, and I'm really privileged to be part of the audience. My name is Dora Kujo. I am with the Climate Investment Funds, and I must say that you extended an invitation. I'm very honored to be here. But it's quite important looking at this COP being a climate finance COP, and looking closely at the role that the Climate Investment Funds, as one of the largest multilateral climate funds, is playing in promoting the uptake and the mainstreaming of renewable energy, clean technology options into the energy sector. I'm very privileged that, of course, with our model, working with our multilateral development banks, it's quite heartwarming to hear the contribution from the World Bank on the strong mainstreaming of solar into the energy sector in India, working with the solar rooftop project by providing the highly concessional resources that helps to de-risk the uptake and bringing in the strong public-private sector to enable much more uptake of this source of energy. I do not have a question per se, but I would say that I'm really impressed to hear the mention as you contributed on other hard-to-abate energy sectors, for example, the coal sector in the East Asia region. And from the Climate Investment Fund, we're happy to be supporting the Accelerating Coal Transition Program, which is supposed to help us really help countries phase down the use of coal, with the hope of being able to introduce other sources of cleaner forms of energy into the mainstream. And of course, the climate investment funds, as you may have learned, just got listed on the London Stock Exchange as this capital mechanism, the Climate Investment Funds Capital Mechanism Program, which is supposed to help, introduce bonds with the hope that these funds from the bonds can be provided as concessional resources to serve as injection of financing into the energy space. So very privileged to be here and appreciate the opportunity to have contributed. Thank you.
Very much. Unless there are any, yes, please go ahead. There are two burning questions.
Hello, I'm Christian Jensen from Green Power Denmark. Thank you very much for a very interesting panel here. My question goes to the business case or the cost of having round-the-clock power from solar panels. It's because, of course, the sun is not up all the time. So how do you make the business case for round-the-clock power for the consumers?
Anybody here? Well, listen, I'm not going to make the case, but I'll point to 4 auctions that have been held in India in the first 6 months of this year. And those 4 auctions found prices of round-the-clock renewable electricity to be less than the price of electricity from new coal power stations. My feeling is if you go to scale, if you are able to do it again and again, and if you design the auctions so that they ask for round the clock renewable electricity equivalent to say what the load curve wants, even at 4 o'clock in the morning, then what we get are solutions which are mixes of solar and wind and storage. Solar and wind being available a large of the time help reduce the time for which you have to build storage, which is the higher cost in this. My view is that we are at the cusp. We need more demand.
I just want to add, just to remind, we are also talking about countries and regions where it's round the clock, no electricity. So in that case, pure financial technical case is not sufficient. It is a social case. The imperative of providing energy, irrespective of what it takes. That meant where the concessional finance or capital driven by corporate social accountability, every dollar counts in those cases. So there is a social moral obligation also, just to not to forget that.
And it's worth noting that, of course, in India and hot countries, demand is going up in daytime. You know, in the period 2010 to 2020, we installed more air conditioning capacity globally than we did renewable energy capacity. Gives you a clue of potential demand increase. So in a sense, that's the first thing, the thing we have to address most. You know, Mumbai is getting hotter. And if anything, air conditioning demand is way outstripping. However, in India, I've been amazed by the number of renewable energy installations that have a storage capacity built in. And we're about to see a revolution here, which is sodium chloride, which are coming through in the next couple of years, which are much lower cost and don't require lithium and so on. And that will be especially the large scale plants in India. The battery option is so important.
Short point, encourage countries to do auctions for storage. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Viola from Uganda. I work at Girls for Climate Action as an advocacy lead. And I want to take this moment first thank the panel and the moderator for this interesting discussion. I want to use this point to also reflect on how I grew up as a girl, living in a household where we could use lamp. I don't know whether we know all the lamp.
I used a lamp when I was growing up.
Yeah. Yeah, and I used firewood to make food. And I'm here, I'm an actor and pushing more on solar implementation in the local communities of Uganda. And I'm wondering how easier can it be for me and more actors in my country to tap into the funds, because this industry is one of the expensive, implementation, and what projects are there for us young actors to also tap into and see how best we can bring this to our regions, to our local areas, because very many more young people, very many households and women are using still what I went through, but I feel I could do impact and I'm activating for it. I've had pilots of different projects, but still of the limited funding, I've not really done great work, and I'm wondering how best can I tap into, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody here? Yeah, Sean. Oh, Sandhya.
So I think what you're doing is amazing. And I would add that most of the large scale projects that entities like the World Bank do regularly have stakeholder engagement platforms, community engagement fora, because we recognize that it takes a village for the deployment of any program. And we recognize that we need to engage all actors across the value chain for the socioeconomic benefits to really be reaped by all. So we engage SMEs, civil society organizations, communities that are affected by the programs that we develop. So we do make a very concerted effort to engage all the relevant stakeholders, and we would welcome your feedback through these different fora on how we can push for greater locally led adaptation. It's not really organized at the global level, but it's unfortunately or fortunately, but it's a little bit more locally led, and it would be linked to the specific project or program that's being implemented in a particular area.
Just to add, because MDB deeply and development agents are deeply into Africa. One global development which you may want to watch out in the case of Uganda is about the continent as a whole and countries like Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Senegal now, Tanzania, the range of them going for what they call energy transition plans, funded by, supported by philanthropies. It is supposed to be a macroeconomic transition plan. But I think your word of caution, how the voices from the grassroots feed into the macroeconomic energy transition plan, Uganda may be coming in the next line, but these other countries are happening right now. Some of the foundation, we are deeply engaged to just, if we heard of that energy transition plan at the country level, and that is where the voices need to come up. Just want to flag it in advance.
A very concrete example. East Africa has led the way in effectively microfinance for solar. You know, we have using M-Pesa, the phone system in Kenya, for example, and is now across East Africa. The sale of solar to households who want to put the lights on at night for the girls to study, using M-Pesa, which has allowed those organizations selling solar to get access to global capital markets by using a telephone system credit score to underpin it. We've had asset-backed securities, and we've had the private placement of debt in the German markets by companies like M-Kopa. East Africa actually has some solutions. India can learn from this, because on the microfinance, we haven't done enough. With UPI now in India, we should have more opportunities to borrow these programs. They need to be scaled up in Uganda and Kenya, don't get me wrong. But actually, the innovation has been incredible. And these companies are exactly the intermediaries you need to get access to the money and then channel the benefits to ordinary citizens.
Thank you very much. I am being signaled that we have reached the end of our time. I know that we could have continued forever, but I want to thank the panelists, and I want to thank each one of you for coming here for this discussion. It has been a great discussion. Many, many thanks to all of you. Sandhya, Sean, Atang, Sid, and to each one of you, my heartfelt thanks.
Well, thank you everyone for joining in today. I think today's session on agrivoltaics is going to be the true test of willpower versus food coma. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jyotsna, and I'm delighted to welcome you all here at the ISA Pavilion. I'm looking at knowledge management and capacity building here at ISA. As part of knowledge management, I'm very happy to share that we have just commissioned a study on assessment of diverse climatic zones with respect to solar deployment and identify suitable crop types or patterns for agrivoltaic projects. We hope to present the findings at the next COP, and we would be launching our study as well. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ajay Mathur, DG ISA. He earlier headed the TERI Institute and Indian Bureau of Energy Efficiency and was responsible for mainstreaming energy efficiency in houses, offices, and industries through a number of innovative initiatives. He was a leading climate change negotiator and was the Indian spokesperson at the Paris climate negotiations. He has served as the interim director of the Green Climate Fund during its foundational period. He was also a member of the Indian Prime Minister's Council on Climate Change and co-chairs of the Global Energy Transitions Commission. I would like to invite Sir for his opening address.
Thank you, Jyotsna. Honorable Minister, Honorable Secretary, I thank you all for coming here. This to us is a very important movement into an area which we believe is amazingly important for solar energy in the future. You know, all of our countries face problems as far as space for solar is concerned. All the land that we have is used for other purposes, including people living there, including growing agriculture. And therefore the question comes, can we do it together? We have the model of rooftop solar on houses. Can we have a similar model of rooftop agriculture? In other words, you have agriculture, or you have solar on top and agriculture below it. Is it possible? Yes. But there are two questions that remain, and this is what we are looking forward to discussing today. Well, other things we are discussing as well. But the two main questions that we are looking at today and in the 1 year till we have the final report on agri-photovoltaics is what crops grow in which agroclimatic zones under PV. So for example, we were told that banana grows. We were told that tomato and chili grows, right? In some agroclimatic zones, they may be good. What about others? We want to go to our member countries with a listing so that they can see what makes greatest sense, what is the amount of agricultural production, and what is the amount of electricity production from photovoltaics, so that an overall picture of the economics of solar electricity plus agriculture can be put before them. The second question that we face is, how will this electricity that is generated be put into the grid? Now, different countries have different kinds of grids and collection structure, electricity collection structure. So it is going to be amazingly difficult for any country to be able to connect each farm, the agro-photovoltaics on each farm, to the grid. Well, at what level? So till where is the responsibility of the farmer, and where is the responsibility of the distribution company? It also means that we are not talking of each farm, we are talking of several farms. So you need integrators into this model as well? It is these kinds of questions that we hope that you would help answer, and that we hope would provide the kind of background that is needed for the report on this that we are working on. I welcome each one of you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Secretary, to this discussion, and we look forward to a very lively and a stimulating discussion in the hour that we have in front of us. Thank you all very, very much.
Well, thank you so much, DG. I would like to call the minister from Nigeria. Sir, can you please come and sit on the dais? And also, we are honored to have Secretary Sir from Bhutan. Sir, please come here. Thank you so much. Well, friends, we are very grateful that we have Honorable Minister of Power, Nigeria, Chief Adebayo Adilabo. He is currently serving as Nigeria's Minister of Power under the President Bola Ahmed administration, assuming office in August 2023. Prior to this, he was appointed by former President as the Deputy Governor Operations of the Central Bank of Nigeria. He has served as the Chairman of the Board of Directors of Nigeria Interbank Settlement Systems and has chaired the Board of Financial Institution Training Center. He has also served as a member of the Board of Federal Inland Revenue Services, Nigeria Security Printing and Minting Company, the Assets Management Corporation of Nigeria, and the Nigeria Incentive-Based Risk Sharing System for Agricultural Lending. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. And I would like to request you to come here for your keynote address.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to rely on already established protocol. It's my pleasure and delight to be here with you at the International Solar Alliance ISA Pavilion at the COP29 to participate in this session on agrivoltaics, and it is an honor to delivering this keynote address for this session on the topic, agrivoltaics and sector coupling innovations, scaling for food and energy. This is a topic that is pivotal to our collective ambition for a sustainable future. In our efforts to achieving a sustainable future, it is necessary that we explore innovative solutions that address both our energy and food security needs. All we know is that food and energy security are now global issues and actually attracting attention from all and sundry. Agrivoltaics, which is the simultaneous use of land for agriculture and solar power generation, presents us with an opportunity to sustainably deploy decentralized energy solutions to optimize land use and enhance agricultural productivity so that the two will not be mutually exclusive. That is optimizing our God-given natural endowments. This is a key strategy we have adopted for our productive use components in Nigeria. I must tell you, because we believe it is possible to create synergies that can drive sustainability and foster economic growth of our nations. The PUE component objective is to increase the productive use of energy in rural communities by facilitating access to efficient electric productive equipment. The component also serves to activate the productive use of appliance markets and make productive uses of power a critical enabler to sustainable economic development while scaling up energy access. The present administration in Nigeria, led by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, with the renewed Hope Agenda, recognizes that energy is not merely a commodity, it is the backbone of economic growth and job creation. Nigeria is over 200 million people. Therefore, the issue of job creation and economic growth and industrial development is very pivotal to the objectives of this current administration. To ensure the sustainability of the energy sector, the federal government of Nigeria has implemented a multi-pronged approach spanning across legislation with the enactment of the Electricity Act 2023 policy framework, with the development of an integrated national electricity policy, introduction of national infrastructure development programs to expedite infrastructure expansion, investment de-risking by leveraging bilateral funds, sector commercialization, and strategic partnership with the investment community and development partners to address bottlenecks across the Nigeria electricity supply industry value chain, setting the sector on a path towards bankability and long-term sustainability. I mean, two key points of this new legislation in Nigeria, because prior to now, for about 50 years in Nigeria, the electricity sector has been fully centralized from the Energy Corporation of Nigeria, ECN, to the National Electric Power Authority, to the Power Holding Company of Nigeria. They are all less centralized at the federal government. And we believe that Nigeria, the topography and the volume of population, the centralization did not work for us. So this new act came with two things. Number one is decentralization of the sector to allow subnational governments, numbering about 36 state governments and the Federal Capital Territory, to be able to participate in the power sector across all the segments, from generation to transmission and distribution. Beyond decentralization, it also liberalized the sector to allow for private capital investors to come in and participate at any segment of this power sector value chain. And we have started seeing the impact of this in terms of energy expansion, in terms of investment in the sector, and in terms of awareness at the subnational level of the impact of efficient use of energy. For us at the Nigeria Federal Ministry of Power, our effort to provide adequate, affordable, and reliable power supply are guided by the Electricity Act 2023, the ongoing Integrated National Electricity Policy, and the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan. Of course, our energy transition plan is to achieve zero net carbon emission by year 2060, with a mid-term target of year 2030, when we target to grow our energy generation to 30,000 megawatts, out of which 30% of this is targeted to come from renewable source of energy, vis-a-vis wind, solar, and hydro power sources. So the ongoing Integrated National Electricity Policy outlines strategic directives to ensure energy security, economic growth, inclusivity, and environmental sustainability, focusing on creating a resilient and efficient electricity market that meets the diverse needs of our people. While the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan is the nation's pathway to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2060 as part of Nigeria's action towards realizing the nationally determined contributions, NDCs. As part of efforts to achieve our transition targets, the federal government of Nigeria, through the implementation of capital subsidies, has accelerated deployment of decentralized solar mini-grids schemes for increased electricity access to rural areas. Thanks to this policy instrument, Nigeria has become the country with the highest number of solar mini-grids in the sub-Saharan Africa. Agriculture, which is a cornerstone of many economies, including Nigeria, depends heavily on land. At the same time, electricity generation from solar also requires significant amount of land. The Nigeria Energy Transition Plan demands a higher contribution of solar power in the power supply mix more than any other renewable energy sources. To achieve energy and food security needs, it is imperative to optimize land use through agrivoltaics, as it plays a pivotal role in enhancing both food security and energy access. If we can simultaneously install solar farms on our farmlands without compromising agricultural production, then it's possible to utilize the solar electricity from the farms to power irrigation systems that will further enhance crop production and do post-harvest processing of agricultural products. Ladies and gentlemen, it should be the commitment of all well-meaning governments to develop and implement strong policy frameworks and incentives to encourage investment in any activity that engenders a sustainable future, such as agrivoltaics. I wish, therefore, to urge all of us here to participate in this session, share knowledge, and learn lessons that will lead to the introduction of the needed policy and regulatory support to create the enabling environment for these innovations to deliver a more sustainable future for us all. In conclusion, let me thank the International Solar Alliance for organizing this event. Thank you for your participation, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions and collaborations that will arise from this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I think you have presented a perfect example of how policies and regulations can act as enablers for deployment of this technology. Friends, moving on, I'm very happy to mention that we are honored to have Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources from Bhutan, Sir Karma Shering. He has been serving Bhutan government for more than 25 years now in various capacities as a policymaker, electricity regulator, administrator, as member of parliament. I request Secretary Sir to please join us on stage for his keynote address.
Excellency, the Minister from Nigeria, our Honorable DG ISA, Dr. Mathur, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's an honor to address this distinguished gathering as we embark on a journey to explore the transformative potential of agrovoltaic technology. I'm not sure whether we will be able to answer the two questions that DG has put up, because we are also still learning and experiencing as to how to actually address these two questions of what type of crops will actually grow under the panels and how do we actually integrate into the grid. I think these are the two big challenges that we also face. But I think with the level of work that IS is doing, we will look forward to your report that will be coming out soon. And I think that is certainly going to address some of the challenges that we face. Today, we are standing at the crossroads of innovation and necessity, where the integration of solar energy with agriculture offers a ray of hope for the sustainable development of our countries. This session aims to delve into cross-cutting and cutting-edge innovations and scaling strategies that can revolutionize how we approach food and energy production, particularly in the global south. Bhutan, which is a very small and landlocked country, endowed with rich natural resources and abundant fast-flowing rivers, has historically been an energy surplus country. But now we are also an energy deficit country, though we still are a net surplus. But in the winter months, we face critical shortages of electricity, especially due to the very nature of the run-of-the-river hydro schemes that we have. Because in winter, the water in the river are almost 20% of your normal flow. So this is a big challenge we face. And therefore, energy diversification is a key to ensuring energy security and creating a resilient and sustainable energy system. And solar energy is a critical resource that we have. And that's why we would also like to promote solar energy in a very big way. This is a critical decade where energy transition is important to keep the 1.5 degrees goal within reach. If you go through the IPCC report, if you are to limit the temperature around 1.5 degrees centigrade, GHG emissions should actually peak before next year. And then we have to reduce the emissions by about 43% till 2030 compared to 2019 levels. But if we also see the NDC synthesis report that was recently launched by the UNFCCC, all the current plants combined, and that too, if fully implemented by 2030, we would still see emissions reduced only by mere 2.6%. So therefore, the only option left is to phase out fossil fuels and transit ourselves into solar energy. Living in the Himalayas with mountainous rugged terrain, Bhutan faced challenges of land use constants, and we also heard from Joshna, sorry. With increasing pressure on land use, AgroVoltaics offers a dual solution to optimize land for both solar energy generation and food production. This aligns also well with Bhutan's goals of enhancing energy security, while we also promote sustainable agriculture, particularly under our NDCs. Despite challenges, Bhutan's collaboration and partnership with the ISA is a testament to our commitment to join the global efforts for energy transition, especially within this critical decade. Some of the programs and partnerships, such as the Solar Roadmap, the Star Sea program, and demonstration projects, such as solar-powered cold storage that you actually see on the board there, are key initiatives undertaken under the ISA support. Thank you, DG and the team for that. These are the foundation of catalytic impacts within the next several years. Our challenges are immense. A growing global population coupled with rising consumption levels demands that we rethink our agriculture practices. AgroVoltaics system present a unique opportunity to enhance land productivity while simultaneously addressing the pressing need for renewable energy. By harnessing the power of the sun, we can create a synergetic relationship between solar energy and farm mechanization, paving the way for climate resilient agriculture and improved livelihoods for our farmers. Our collaborative efforts, drawing on the extensive research and institutional knowledge of the IWMI, ISA, and Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, alongside financial mechanism from MDBs and DFIs, are crucial in this endeavor. This session is going to share experience, expertise, knowledge, explore innovative approaches, and develop frameworks for technology promotion, financing options, and capacity building. I believe that this session is not just about discussing ideas, but about forging partnerships and creating actionable plans that can be implemented across different climatic zones and agriculture settings where a small country like Bhutan and many island countries can benefit from. For instance, IS is already supporting Bhutan in conducting a nationwide feasibility assessment of AgroVoltaics, a crucial step towards energy diversification and food security. Additionally, I believe the EastMod and ISA may join to conduct assessment for solar, lift irrigation system, and solar irrigation pumps. If successful, this initiative could serve us as models for other small countries and seeds, paving the way for sustainable and resilient agriculture, as well as a robust water and energy nexus. As we move forward, let us commit to fostering international cooperation and leveraging our collective expertise to overcome technical, financial, and policy challenges in solarizing agriculture and enhancing food security among ISA member countries. By promoting commercial protected cultivation, enhancing infrastructure development, and scaling successful solar-based farm mechanization practices, we can ensure a sustainable and prosperous future for all of us. Let us seize this opportunity to make a lasting impact on the global agriculture landscape. In conclusion, I would like to invite ISA to deepen its collaboration and foster sharing of best practices and mobilization of resources to accelerate the energy transition. Together, we can build a future where clean, green, and sustainable energy remains the cornerstone of global energy imperatives and a key driver of global growth. We request the continued support of ISA, and we also affirm our commitment to supporting ISA initiatives in ensuring the success of solar deployment at local, regional, and global level. I would like to wish the discussion a very productive session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And thanks a lot for recognizing ISA's work and initiatives in Bhutan. Clearly, without your support, we couldn't have achieved so much. Despite being in its early stages of development, Agri-PV has garnered the support of several stakeholders, which offer numerous benefits, including electricity access, optimized land usage, providing clean power for irrigation, lower LCOE than small rooftop PV systems, enabling another source of income for farmers, etc. We are very excited to present our work in this area and how we are helping our member countries in harnessing solar energy for various agricultural applications. I would like to request Mr. Pishi Sharma, who is part of our PPIC team, projects and programs, for his presentation on the ISA work.
Thank you, Jyotsna, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'll be making a presentation on ISA's work in the area of agriculture, and focus will be on the agrovoltaics. So briefly about ISA, with its 9 programs across 53 member countries, we are there to deploy more and more solar applications. And we hope to develop bankable projects so that financing institutions also come up. For example, with Cuba, with the support of ISA, they have reformulated their policy to attract private investment. As of now, 120 member countries and aggregation of 9.5 gigawatt of projects and facilitation of 27 demonstration projects in least developed countries and small island states. And Bhutan is included in that. We have found out that by aggregating demand, we can achieve price reduction up to 40 to 50% of the total cost of the solar applications. And in the capacity building, we have trained more than 4,500 stakeholders, including bankers, engineers, technicians, depending upon different solar applications like solar pumping, rooftop, mini grids, etc. As far as the program 1 is concerned, this is the first program that was launched in ISA, scaling solar applications for agriculture use. We have done some of the activities already. We are engaging with 32 member countries to develop program on solar agriculture and solar irrigation and solar cold storage and different applications related to agriculture sector. When we organized a webinar on agrivoltaics, there was a huge interest. There was participation of more than 50 countries who participated in the webinar. So based on that interest created, we engaged different countries, and we have initiated studies that is being launched. But as far as the development of the projects is concerned, we got interest from Bhutan and Mauritius in Africa. Because 2 countries, they thought the issue of availability of land is there. So how to integrate agriculture with generation of solar electricity. So my focus will be on agrivoltaic. There are other initiatives that we have done in agriculture, like mobilization of $2 million of projects for under IPSA funding, India, Brazil, South Africa fund that we are doing in 9 countries in Africa and 1 in Asia region. And we are developing a knowledge product for solar water pumping system. So what is agrovoltaics? So agrovoltaics is the combined use of the same area, the utilization of the area and at the same time generation of electricity. So that is the simple definition of agrovoltaics. And the current applications are like growing crops under PV panels, ranging from leafy greens to fruit-bearing plants. Also, that is also a challenge, which crops to be grown under those solar panels, and grazing of livestock and combining solar energy, generation of and aquaculture also. Although we were talking about agrovoltaics, now I met a delegation from Taiwan. They are talking about aquavoltaics also. So why it matters? Because it balances the growing demand of renewable energy with the need for food production, as food security is a big issue in many of our member countries, and to support sustainable development by optimizing the use of land resources. The benefits of agrovoltaics, to be quick, like optimize land use, increase agricultural yield, enhance solar panel efficiency, diversified revenue streams, environmental benefits, community and social benefits, climate adaptation, and the challenges that we have faced, although we are coming up with studies, and we will be coming up with the reports on for Bhutan and agrovoltaics, that will be great learning for us also. But based on the discussions, the challenges that we have identified are high cost, initial high cost of the projects, land use, maintenance complexity, the technical expertise that is required to maintain those systems, and even installation of those systems, regulatory hurdles, although we are talking about exporting the excess energy to the grid, but for that also we need regulations. Only then we'll be able to enhance the income of the farmers. Market acceptance, there is no awareness so far created about agrovoltaics, so that is also one of the challenge to have that market acceptance. And crop compatibility, that is the first that has been identified, that which are those crops in different countries that can be grown under panel. And energy storage, because we don't have energy access, grid connectivity in many of the areas, so how to combine that energy storage with the generation of power to be used for various applications in the area. And the key enablers for promotion of agrovoltaics will be policy and regulatory support, economic viability and financing, which include access to financing, technological innovation, research and development, collaboration, like today we are there to find those collaborations, and environmental and social co-benefits, market development, the demand drivers, and climate adaptation and resilience strategies. The different approaches, it has been depicted in the picture. So there can be different types of setting. All these are just indicative. There can be many more. Maybe our study will come up with those different feasibility studies that we will carry in our member countries. In the typical project life cycle of agro PV project is like submission of an application. Mauritius has already started a scheme. So that will be the application by the farmers, then project approval, finding out the detailed engineering and project execution. And of course, after commissioning, it will be the maintenance part of the project. That will be typical life cycle of any agro PV project. And so the another thing is that when we will be developing these agro PV projects, different types of workforce will also be trained, and the country will have skilled manpower available also, and it will create better jobs in the area. Like for
the different role will be like business developer, site surveyor, designer, licensing officer that will be required to initiate that project. And during project approval stage, it will be project evaluation expert or solar engineer, solar PV designer, and on-site managers that will be required to manage those sites. Some of you, I think, NFP in Nigeria was there during our field visit during the assembly. They found out that how to maintain those solar PV projects. They require different skills and different manpower. The farmer is also engaged, and they have EPC developer is also engaged. Only then the complete ecosystem is there in that area. Based on that, many more farmers, they are coming up with the request to lease their lands for those types of projects. So different workforce will be required, and that will be developed. And so to conclude it, I'll say that agrovoltaic present a transformative solution that will address challenges like energy security, land scarcity, and water conservation. So these are the three issues that we hope to address by deployment of these agrovoltaic projects. And the innovative approach not only generates renewable energy, but also optimizes land use, allowing for continued cultivation of crops or grazing of livestock beneath solar panels. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sharmaji. I think you have very well summarized what we've been trying to say for some time now. Coupling solar energy and farm mechanization can open new avenues for water management, irrigation, cold storage rooms, including solar power electric tractors. Along with this, integrating agrivoltaics with farm mechanization can help create a closed loop system of solar energy generation and consumption within the farm. To solidify this vision, I'm happy to share that ISA, in collaboration with Shakti Foundation, will be releasing a thought paper today to engage discussions on opportunities, comprehensive farm solarization and mechanization. With this, I would like to invite Tripti Pramod from Shakti Foundation to provide a context to the paper, followed by the launch of the same. Tripti, please, all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for ISA for giving me this opportunity to speak at this platform. It's really an honor to share the dais with such a dignitaries on the dais. Sharing the stage with them is honor in itself. So today, basically giving it a thought, we all know that population is increasing day by day. Today we are at 7.7 billion, and by 2050 we will be at almost 9.7 billion. So definitely we need more food, more resources, more energy, and we need to suffice for all that. Along with this, we also need a cleaner and sustainable future. So what is the way forward? Giving it a thought, we also have, DG sir rightly mentioned that land will also be a constraint going in future. So what to do? We need a reliable energy source. We need food. So combining these two, we thought of the innovative solution that has come up is agrivoltaic. And that has been a boon for agriculture as well as energy sector. Giving it a thought further, we need to have mechanized farms because we need to produce more and more on the smaller land piece. So then mechanization comes into picture, and as of now, most of the mechanization, farm mechanization is dependent on fossil fuels. So it is a great opportunity for us to combine all the three and then have a cleaner agricultural practice and also provide everyone with the required necessities. Also, jobs will be something that we'll need more. So as sir rightly mentioned, there are few crops as of now that are already being tested. And in India, I think 22 pilots are already going on under agri PV. But the constraint that we currently face is the mainstream crops like wheat, paddy are not yet being tested, and that is something that we need to do going forward. So R&D is something that we can take up. And as we know, urbanization will also increase. So labor will be reduced and skill development, skill jobs will find their path. Taking this conversation forward, there is a need to invest more and more in R&D to have sustainable and cleaner future. Going ahead, we have taken a step to collaborate. ISA and Shakti have taken a step to collaborate and release the paper today. We would also like to announce the collaboration taking forward in the name of Sun Agro, which is a solar utilization network for agriculture and global rural development. So that is something we would like to launch today. And we hope the collaboration continues in future for a cleaner and sustainable planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you, everyone, and thanks, Tripti, for launching this with us. Moving on for the panel discussion, I would like to introduce our panelists one by one while welcoming them on stage. First of all, I would like to call upon Mr. Bafude Sanyang. Sir, please come. He is the Principal Energy Officer with the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, Gambia. He has been working in the energy sector for more than 10 years now, with a specific focus on solar energy solution. So thank you so much for joining us. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Tripti Pramod, Senior Program Manager, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. We just had her on the stage a while ago. She's working with Shakti Foundation and has experience in the domain of public transport, electric mobility, and clean vehicle technologies. She has been working with various international and national organizations, as well as funding agencies in the field of strategy development, idea conceptualization, and policy research on clean transportation projects. We also have Dr. Darshini Ravindranath, who is the research group lead, climate policies, finance, and processes at IWMI. Prior to IWMI, she has worked as principal policy advisor and program lead, international climate finance at the UK government, where she led teams overseeing UK AIDS programs in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Darshini's previous experience and post have enabled her to provide expert research advice, technical assistance, and support to agencies and government transition. We also have two speakers who would be joining us virtually. Manish Khare, he is the MD of Khare Energy, and he is a renewable energy expert with 20 years of diverse experience in agriculture, government, IT, and high-tech industry. Passionate about organic farming, agrivoltaic, permaculture, and promoting green initiatives. We are very happy to have you here, Manish. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Mr. Iqbal Dripal, who is the Senior Strategic Business Planning Analyst with Central Electricity Board, Mauritius. With nearly experience of 30 years in the electricity sector, he has spent 23 years specializing in power system planning, including load forecasting, demand side management, energy efficiency, electricity tariff planning, and the development of distributed power generation. Now, I would also like to call upon the head of programs and projects at ISA. He has been leading the programs and the projects team at ISA for more than 2-3 years now. And we have been able to achieve a lot under his guidance. We are actually about to complete 27 of our demonstration projects in different countries, which are providing a great example for the country governments to adapt their policies and regulations to enable solar deployment. Can you check if they're working? They're all working fine, right? To begin with, well, I'm Jyotsna. My name is Jyotsna, and I'm leading efforts on knowledge management and capacity building here at ISA, and I would be moderating the panel discussion. I think I would like to begin with Darshini, Dr. Darshini. Since you have been working with different countries and you have experience in policy and research, so drawing from your experience, what do you think, what kind of policies and regulatory support is needed to accelerate agrivoltaics adoption, particularly in the developing nations?
Thank you. I think for any policy, particularly something in a technology that's relatively new, for it to be scalable and successful, there's a need for policymakers in particular to have a very clear and concise definition of what it is that the solution is offering. What are its implications? Something like solar agrivoltaics, what are its implications on water, on energy, on food? It has interactions with multiple sectors. And what do those interactions mean for land use, for water use, and for energy, for climate, for mitigation and adaptation as well? And because some of this is so context specific, there's no sort of internationally unified way of doing this, which adds, I think, to the challenge. For instance, what is the percent of land that can be used for solar farming without affecting crop yields by some percent? Is there a need for a methodology for calculating anticipated yield loss gain? And particularly, what are the impacts on climate resilience? So what are the impacts on food security, on nutritional diversity, and what are the impacts on women? What are the impacts on marginal farmers? I think these are all questions that need to be answered with some level of certainty for to develop sort of stronger policy and regulatory frameworks. I'm from the International Water Management Institute, and at IMI we're working with policymakers on a number of on answering a number of these questions. We're working on supporting the decision support tools. We're working on solar suitability mapping with SDC, with the Swiss and GIZ. And these are specific tools that are context specific that we can potentially look at. We're mostly working on it with solar irrigation, but looking beyond solar irrigation towards agrivoltaics and towards wider uses of solar energy for agriculture, I think is what's needed. There's also a need for training, extension agents that are present that can capacitate farmers, that can increase knowledge on the benefits that these technologies bring to communities. They're not going to be convinced by the climate mitigation argument because for them, what they need to understand is how it impacts their livelihoods. So understanding sort of how that translates into communities is important. Also connecting at a policy level with wider, like for instance, in India, we have, the PM Kusum, which is one of the largest solar energy scale programs in the world. So how can that be connected with, national rural livelihood missions, looking beyond just renewable energy and solar energy policies, but connecting them with wider livelihood missions and other development policies, I think, is what's going to be important. And finally, I think just in terms of regulation, classifying solar PV as an agricultural activity, I think is something that's going to be important to look at questions like groundwater over extraction and potential issues around that, which is a question that's going to come up quite a bit. I think I'll stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Darshini. In fact, a lot of these points had come when we were doing stakeholder consultations for agri-PV in India. And a lot of our stakeholders, particularly policymakers, and then we had private sector people, we had people from the financial institutions, they pointed out that having right policies in terms of having right definitions for land use, for how agri-PV can actually be considered not as a commercial activity, but more it could be included in the agriculture activity so that they can avail benefits of the current subsidies and incentives. Thank you so much, Darshini. I think I would now request Manish to come in. And my question for you is, what are the main concerns since you have been working on the ground and you have been implementing projects coming from a private sector? What are the concerns that farmers have raised when introducing agri-PV systems, particularly issues concerning land use and agricultural productivity? And what kind of support do they need most during early adoption stage?
Thank you, Jyotsna. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Thank you. I was about to raise my hand. I wanted to thank Dr. Darshini for her some of the good points he raised during her discussion. Before I answer to your question, a few things I would like to respond to her queries, her statement. One is agrivoltaic is very much aligned to the rural livelihood mission activities. And one of the major beneficiary of agrivoltaic is the rural women, the women who are the last leg of this whole food chain. When a farmer gets a stable income, his migration is stopped, his pushback is reduced because now he is getting permanent employment. His social status goes up because now he's like a permanent employee or getting a salary kind of thing, which changes his social status in his neighborhood. And that completely, goes down to the betterment of the lives of women, because for any migration, for any food security, they are the last one who eat the food. So nutrition, food security, it is very much aligned to the woman empowerment and aligning with the upliftment of the marginal farmers. So thank you for raising this point. And this is one of the one more benefit of agrivoltaic that we fail to probably identify. See, when we go to the farmers, the very first thing they ask us is whether they would be able to continue to do their farming activities, whether they'll be able to continue to operate their tractors. their machines, their tools. So the system has to be designed in such way where their machines, their existing practices are not disturbed. It takes time for them to upgrade, but I mean the current practices, instead of big bang, we need to design a system that upgrade their existing use of equipment, but they can continue to use their tractors, their machines, their tools. Second thing is we cannot change the agroclimatic condition of any place. So instead of designing solar and then finding crop to suit that solar design, we need to design solar in such a way. Say if some area has a banana, for example, the belt, Maharashtra belt in India, it has banana plantation. So we need to design system that suits the banana plantation. If some belt has say wheat cultivation, if you come to the central India and northern India, you have wheat cultivation. If you see in background, one of our field, we have tested agrivoltaic with wheat. And we found it very effective. Almost 75% of the conventional, what we get, we got below these panels. We have to then change the design. So at the next installation, we change the design. We found that it is getting less light. Even though we were able to save 25% water, instead of 4 irrigation, we did only 3 flood irrigation, but the production was also reduced. So next design, we increase the width of the columns, but it takes time, because if I have to test wheat again, it will take 1 more year. And if I have to change design, it will take another site. So it will require patience, and we need to adapt to the existing agroclimatic condition and design the system in that way. Third, last but not the least, is we need to also understand the psychology of the farmers. See, when we put one small example, when we put GI-based columns, they are afraid of touching those things, because they sometimes, when they are not doing farming, their animals are grazing there. So they have very fear of that electricity leakage current. So that is what we have designed. We have designed these RCC columns. That material is locally available. Plus, it is also very much acceptable by the farmers. They don't have that leakage current fear. They know their animals are safe. They know the people are safe, because they're flooding the farm. And so we need to design system in such a way which is suited to the local environment, which is suited to the local agroclimatic condition, and which is suited to the local practices, agriculture practices. One, crop, I would say crop, we can grow any crop, because here the question is not crop, here the question is solar. So for any reason, say if it is, whether it is Kashmir, whether it is, I'm taking example of India only because I've done few pilots here. We need hundreds of pilots. We need 4 to 5 years of time to test each crop, at least once or twice below these panels. So this is what we need. Like we have done in Ravi, we have done wheat production below these panels. We found something, and now this is the second year we are doing now. And we'll again tell you the result, what happens after the change in design. It also helps us in saving a lot of water, which typically actually converts into third crop, which normally is not available to the small farmers. So these are the things I think are very specific to agrivoltaic while we design agrivoltaic or when we plan agrivoltaic.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Manish. I think your point on coming up with customized and tailored solution is very important. And of course, the way you mentioned that we need some time to collect data and do the research so that we can come up with right solution. We shouldn't be in a hurry to implement technology just like that. I think it's important to keep in mind these factors and the communities particularly so that we can successfully do the deployment. Thank you so much, Manish. My next question is for Mr. Bafode, who is supporting ISA from Gambia, and we've been able to work very closely with Gambia. Thank you so much, Mr. Bafode. For countries, like Gambia, who are looking to start their agrivoltaic journey, what do you think are the most practical first steps? What scale and approach would be recommended since you come from a different background, you're also looking at the government background. You have experience in renewable energy, particularly focusing on solar. So what do you think, what should be the scale and approach for pilot projects?
Thank you so much, moderator. It's a great pleasure to having us here. We really appreciate your invitations. I think where I will begin before answering your question is to allude to what the previous speakers have mentioned regarding the right partnership and collaboration. I think for us as a country, before we talked about this pilot demonstration project, we always want to recognize and appreciate the partnership with ISA, because they have shown us that it's not impossible to achieve it. So that alone is something that we always appreciate, and we also want to indicate it. And coming back to your point is to start such an initiative, I think it is very important to first and foremost have the right partnership, as I said. At our level, putting the country into perspective, when we are opportune to have this approval from ISA to do this demonstration studies, pilot demonstration, what we did was we look at who are the key critical stakeholders to implement this, because you're talking about food and energy. And two critical sectors that emerged was agriculture and the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy. So we said we cannot implement this in the absence of agriculture. So we teamed up with agriculture and then decided to find out where do we think we need to take this project. So an assessment was done. We identified the region where we have a good solar radiation and agricultural activity is taking place. We also went to do mapping of farming communities and their crop patterns. From there, we also assessed grid connectivity and power requirement. But most significantly, we look at the existing policy environment, as Madam said, is very critical. This has enabled us to move on. And from there, we said to ourselves, yes, since it's a demonstration project, we can start with 1 to 2, and it can be in kilowatts. So this is how we have progressed it. We were able to select communities where we deploy these demonstrations. That is Wasadu and Sifo. These are two communities who are fully engaged into agricultural activities. So, but most importantly, along the road, what we have recognized in the implementation is the building of capacities, building local capacities. We train local technicians. We also ensure that the agricultural extension workers are involved in this. And then a manual of operation was developed. And then we created a maintenance protocol, because this is very important. And believe me, we did this in a local language, because it's important for the farmers that we are dealing with to understand whatever they are doing or whatever you are doing with them. And they have that sense of belonging, which is very critical from the planning stage. We make sure that they are involved, whatever we have local meetings, and then it is always in local language. And then the most important also is when we entered in these communities, we have gone through the head of the community. And then we have not identified a new group of farmers to work with. The existing group that is there, this is what we have worked with, which was very, very also important. So basically, this is how we did. We have our challenges, but we were able to overcome using this approach, strategic approach towards it. So I will stop here for.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bafode. I think your inputs are very, very, very valuable, and we would, I have actually taken detailed notes, and we would be incorporating them in our study. Thank you so much. Moving further, my next question is for Mr. Ramesh. Ramesh ji, since you have been working a lot with different countries, and after we had this advocacy workshop with the countries, and we had about almost 60 countries who participated and showed immense interest in this deployment of this technology. So what do you think how ISA can support countries, one, and what are your plans for this agri-PV?
Thank you. Thank you, Josna. Thank you. It's a wonderful panel here. And Manish, I was listening, many, many important points he brought out. which will be very useful for even other countries when we are supporting. Most of the countries, we have 120 member countries, and many of the countries are agrarian-based countries, and farmers is always, they are exposed to many kind of what you call risks. Then the nature gives those risks to the farmers, which is beyond their control. And one side they are they feed the entire world. At the same time, what happens is they go through a lot of rough problems which they face. So any additional income which they can draw from any source is always a best thing. And if it can be with solar, is the best thing which can happen. So one, it gives a additional income for them. So if they can integrate both the agriculture and the solar generation, one, they can use those power for their own use, for whether it is for the water pumping or any other purpose which requires for a cultivation. And the extra power can be put it in the grid, so that gives an additional income to the farmers. One of the important issues of the agriculture is, I would say, most of the time it's a seasonal thing. So they are actually engaged in certain period of the year, and the rest of the period, what they do in terms of getting an income. So this is one of the answers which will give that. So obviously, many countries are wanting this. And we have already started. So depending on their interest, we have already started supporting, say, Bhutan. Bhutan already we have now engaged to have a specific understanding and study. And Mauritius, again, we are just looking at to them. And we will also are getting the interest from many of the African countries. So as we proceed, we will be doing a detailed analysis and also to see on ground how the pilot projects which we can take up immediately. So that gives a lot of confidence. And, the implementation is most important. That gives a lot of actual inputs from the site. So this is very important part of it. So we will be doing that. So this will be a portfolio of as part of our support. We have been already supporting in whether it is solar pumping systems, solar cold storages. Many countries have been already benefited, and 27 countries we have already doing it. Of that, 22 countries have been completed. And we are expanding it beyond that. So this is one of the areas which we are going to do that. This is one very important input I want to give. But one more point, which I think we have not discussed, which is always coming to my mind. Many of the land which will be actually, which is not usable for agriculture, or where there is a which cannot be where there is no water or anything. Can we develop those lands for the solar, along with some agricultural crops doing that? This is one area I think we have to do beyond what we are trying to see fitting the solar into the agriculture. Let's have the other way around, which we can look into that. So let me stop here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ramesh ji. And I'm very happy that we have already started working with different countries. The demand has already come, and we are trying our best to address those requirements of those countries. Moving on, my next question is for Tripti. So Tripti, considering your background and the fact that you are working with Shakti Sustainable Foundation, and you have been working with Indian government quite a lot, and you are also looking at Global South. So what do you think, what are some of the business models and financial instruments that could actually make agrivoltaics commercially viable for farmers?
So actually, many schemes have been launched by government for solar rooftop, especially. What we are trying to do is to understand how does the scheme work and what similar schemes can we launch, or can we help government to come up with for solar solar agrivoltaic. That is something that will help because as of now, with the schemes that the government has launched for rooftop solar, we have seen immense utilization of the schemes, and even the farmers are willing to put up the rooftop solar. There is willingness, but there is a lack of understanding on how to utilize the power that they generate from the solar. If we give them the awareness that these are the avenues which you can utilize the power that you are generating from the agri PV, I think they will also be benefited, and they'll be willing to support the initiatives as well. Government is willing to take up electric tractors as well as solar. So I think it will be a good mix, or we need to definitely come up with financial models, and we are working on it. We recently had a meeting with NABARD regarding the agricultural finance mechanisms, and it's in progress. Though today we do not have a concrete answer for it, but it's in progress, and we'll definitely come up with some solution for that. But this bottom line is we need to have a mix and match of government incentives plus private investment and some financial mechanisms from the banks and financial institutions.
Thank you. And thank you for reinstating that all these institutions and all the organizations, they need to come together to actually find solutions and support farmers on ground. My last question is for Mr. Iqbal Dripal. I can't see you on the screen, Iqbal. Are you there?
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
thank you.
I'm
Thank you
still
so
here.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah, considering that you have such extensive experience in this field and you have been working on the regulatory side as well, what do you think are the specific skills and knowledge gaps which need to be addressed to successfully scale up this technology? And how can international cooperation facilitate better knowledge sharing and capacity building?
Yeah. So thank you very much, Jyotsna. Thank you, first of all, to Isa for all the support. Indeed, we have been in contact with Isa for quite a long time now, and have been getting some support with regard to all our projects with about solar. So indeed, for agrivoltaic, in fact, as small island state, we try to keep things very simple at this stage. So we start with a very limited policy action, very limited regulatory action. But our focus normally is on trying to collaborate with the private sector to get things moving, because policy decision implementation normally will go through private sector actions. So we started with a very simple scheme at this stage for a small power system like Mauritius, 528 megawatt. So we start with a scheme of 20 megawatt just to make things start and try to build up on it. So the final objective is to scale up to very large amount of solar and agrivoltaic to both, because the country, as you know, is very far from the old mainland, quite 2,000 kilometers east of Madagascar, 4,000 kilometers from India. So we are very, very far from old mainland, and even far from market supply. So we are both exposed to supply disruption and also vulnerable to other factors. So we believe that going forward to develop the country energy security and also food security, agrivoltaic will be the main solution. And on this, we started that scheme, and then the knowledge that we have already gathered with photovoltaic and also from those on agriculture, we try to bundle both into one package and work with existing farmers, planters who already have the knowledge with regard to agriculture, but not very well versed with electricity production. But for us, what we are trying to do is to have a centralized team with diverse capabilities and knowledge, so that we'll be sharing with planters, farmers, etc. So there are a lot of challenges in agrivoltaic. It's not that as simple as we have heard. There are a number of things that we have to address. First of all, raising awareness. Planters, they are very well in their zone of comfort with agriculture, but when it comes to agrivoltaic, they have some
some aversion that we have to be addressed. So workshops are organized. We're trying to train people who are in this sector and also to get women on board because we believe that there is an opportunity also for women to get into agriculture and photovoltaic. And there is also a need to go into smart agriculture because that way, a traditional way of doing it may not be sufficient for agrivoltaic, especially for a small island state. So we are thinking about developing smart agriculture with agrivoltaic, all these bundled into one package. So there are also a very high need about financing. The capex of agrivoltaic is much higher than the capex for ground-mounted photovoltaic. And also how to address this limitation in terms of when it comes to large-scale agrivoltaic. Large-scale agrivoltaic will require a lot of funding. We have already experienced a number of issues with regard to when you scale up even photovoltaic on large-scale power farms, where financing become a challenge with regard to bankability. So there are a number of things that we have to address. And also, when you have a small grid, you will have to look into the interconnection, the flexibility of the grid, cost of storage, how you're going to store the energy when you're producing with large amount of photovoltaic from agrivoltaic. All these are very specific challenges in the case of small island state which don't have interconnection with any other neighbor countries. So one discussion that was ongoing right now, even with photovoltaic, large-scale photovoltaic, is about the bankability and sovereign support, government support. We are discussing on it, and we think that could be a barrier that large-scale agrivoltaic will be facing in the future. And there is a discussion about to what extent donors or support like ISA can provide so that we can de-risk this kind of investment, large-scale investment, whether some type of sovereign international fund can be made available as form of collateral so that we can facilitate these projects. Because pilot projects, okay, we are managing, but the ultimate goal is to have large-scale agrivoltaic, and there the financing, bankability, economic aspect of all these things become very challenging. So that's why we think that going forward there will be some need of some kind of international support in terms of collaterals that can support small island states, even small countries, developing countries. I think that's a lot of to do, and on which we need support and knowledge sharing. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Iqbal. I think you have actually hit the nail right on spot. That one, of course, knowledge sharing is one of the ways how we can help you, but access to international finance, access to donors, access to philanthropy, is something that small islands, developing states are looking forward to from international organizations like ISA. Thank you so much. I think my colleagues are already telling me that we have already overshot the time. So before we wrap up this session, I think I would just like to felicitate my speakers, the panelists, with a small token of gift. And I wish I could send somebody something virtually as well for the speakers who are there online.
Is it? This is an audio check. Please confirm. This is an audio check. Please confirm.
Yes, sir, we can listen you, sir. Thank you.
ये होता है? इसलिए बोलो, यहाँ से आ रहा था वापस। हाँ? कैसे करो? ये अपने आप सुनाइए, इसको तुमसे बोलो। हेलो, हेलो, हाँ ठीक।
Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening, sir. Actually, Director General Dr. Ajay Mathur is about to join along with Nigerian Minister. So I request you to kindly please wait for another couple of minutes as I got a message from him there. Thank you.
behalf of International Solar Alliance and United States Agency for International Development, I welcome you to this exciting session on envisaging supergrids for large-scale clean energy transition. As we learned during the day so many aspects of clean energy transition, we also understand the climate change is a complex problem, and one could even say this is a super problem. Now, to address this super problem, can we also explore something about super solution, something like supergrid, and how supergrid can play a role in advancing large-scale clean energy transition, which we all require to meet the climate goals. In this context, we have a exciting, panel here, both physical participants and also virtual participants. So I would like to request Mr. Bem Iyengar, Assistant Director, Renewable and Rural Power Access, Federal Ministry of Nigeria, Ministry of Power, Nigeria, to kindly, join on the dais. Now I request Mr. Ramesh Kumar, Chief of Unit PPIC, International Solar Alliance, to kindly join on the dais. I also request Mr. Stedmore from the South African Power Pool, environmental specialist, to kindly join on the dais. Yes, thank you. And I also request Ugen Chapel, Executive Engineer from Bhutan, Department of Energy, Government of Bhutan, to kindly join on the dais. In Addis, and we'll be also shortly joining by DG Ajay Mathurji, DG International Solar Alliance. We also have very distinguished speakers joining us on online. Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairperson of Central Electricity Authority, Government of India. He is also joined with us. We also have Mr. R.K. Tyagi, Chairperson and Managing Director of Power Grid Corporation of India Limited. He also joined us virtually. We also have Priyastha, the Project Manager for ASEAN Power Interconnection for the ASEAN Center for Energy. He also joined us with us virtually. And we also have Mr. Rajiv Kumar Porwal, Director System Operation of India. He also joined us virtually. So with this, first allow me to invite Mr. Bem Iyengar, Assistant Director, Renewable and Rural Power Access, Federal Ministry of Power, Nigeria, to kindly deliver the special address. Mr. Bem, please.
Let me align myself with the already established protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor to join you today to discuss the transformative potential of super grids in advancing our shared goals for a clean and sustainable energy future. As we confront the dual challenges of growing energy demands and climate change, the concept of super grids offers a powerful solution, enabling us to harness renewable energy across regions and secure a resilient, interconnected power infrastructure. The transition to renewable energy is no longer optional. It is an urgent necessity. Super grids represent a critical pathway to realizing this transition by allowing us to connect renewable energy resources across vast distances. By integrating diverse energy systems, super grids can address the intermittency of renewable sources, balancing supply and demand across time zones and weather patterns, ensuring a reliable and steady power supply. Cross-border energy interconnections, like those already seen in South Asia, the Gulf Cooperation Council, ASEAN, and the Africa Power Pool, show the power of collaboration in meeting our energy needs sustainably. Through these partnerships, we can create a robust network of clean energy, shared resources, and economic opportunity. Each region has unique renewable energy potentials, and by linking these super grids, enable us to optimize energy flows, share resources, and bolster energy security. Of course, the journey towards an interconnected grid is not without its challenges. Super grids require substantial capital investment, advanced technology, and a harmonized regulatory framework to facilitate seamless cross-border operations. Financially, public-private partnerships, along with international financing, are essential for overcoming the upfront costs of infrastructure and technology. The involvement of institutions like the International Solar Alliance, ISA, is instrumental in attracting investment and providing technical guidance. From a regulatory perspective, alignment is crucial. We must work together to establish compatible policies that promote cooperation, protect energy security, and support efficient and secure cross-border electricity trade. Technological innovations is a cornerstone of supergrid development. Advanced energy storage, high voltage transmission systems, and real-time monitoring are essential to ensure the reliability, resilience, and safety of interconnected grids. Countries and organizations across regions are already developing solutions, such as India's Green Energy Corridors and the ASEAN Grid Interconnection Master Plan. The lessons and advancements from these projects offer a roadmap for integrating newer technologies and scaling up renewable energy production. Our vision for supergrids goes beyond merely expanding infrastructure. It is about creating a sustainable, interconnected energy future that supports economic growth, environmental protection, and social well-being. By committing to this vision, we contribute to global climate targets, reduce carbon footprints, and strengthen our energy independence. Together, through regional cooperation, investment in innovation, and the sharing of best practices, we can make supergrids a reality that serves all nations and communities. I also welcome the release of the USAID flagship study report on international best practices on businesses and financial models for developing cross-border electricity transmission infrastructure. I also congratulate the ISA for taking up the important task of one sun, one world, and one grid technical study for the intercontinental grid interconnections. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Baim, for highlighting the prospect of interconnecting African grid with GCC and then with South Asia and Asian grid. There's a huge prospects lies there to interconnect the regional grids. Now, with this, let me invite Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General of International Solar Alliance, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Mathur Sahab.
First of all, many thanks, but also apologies for being late. I was at the plenary and didn't realize the time that it takes to walk from the plenary to here. There are no other reasons for being late. But what I want to do is to thank you all for being here. We see supergrids, that is grids that connect or connectors which connect grids, existing grids, as a solution. As a solution because they are looking at enabling flows of renewable energy, particularly solar energy, I'll come in a little while, from one grid system to another. So if we are talking of, say, the Indian grid and the ASEAN grid, a connector between them will ensure that while it is sunlight in India and you can do solar electricity generation, you can transfer the solar electricity to the ASEAN grid. And similarly, with the Gulf grid, if you have a connector to the Asian grid, when it is dark in India and it is light in the Gulf region, you can have transfers from one to the other. So leveraging time zones is an important issue because peak demand variations imply that the amount of capacity of storage that we need to, each one of us needs to set up can therefore be managed. However, cross-border transmission pace, particularly amongst blocks which have very different regulatory philosophies, face a huge amount of complexity due to technological, financial, business model challenges. Now, we think that there is a large need for large-scale cross-border transmission interconnection. USAID has obviously been working on this, and I'm delighted that we are able to release the SAREP, the South Asia Regional Energy Partnership report, which has been commissioned to focus on international best practices in interconnections, in inter-country interconnections. We look forward to this being a driver to help move inter-country transmission networks together, or supergrid connections together, in a manner that is safe, that is energy efficient, and that enables countries to take advantage of diverse time zones. As was said by the speaker, as was said by the main speaker, we are heavily invested in enabling the One Sun, One World, One Grid, or OSOWOG, OSOWOG, the initiative which is looking at super grids connecting various grids to one another. I think that by collaborating with USAID and other regional entities, we are able to draw upon the already existing best practices and seeing how these could be used to push the OSOWOG agenda forward. We have a memorandum of cooperation with USAID, which is underway. And what that will do is allow us to move together to accelerate trans-regional electricity grid interconnections and enhance regional power system planning. We are also delighted that the phase 2 of the OSOWOG technical study, which focuses on the ability of various countries of the world to interconnect to each other through these regional interconnectors, is now ready. We will hopefully release it in a week or so. And we are looking at then moving into phase 3, which looks at the development of a roadmap on each of the specific interconnectors which make sense. I want to thank each one of you for coming here. I want to thank the panelists, and I look forward to a very stimulating discussion. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mathur Saab, for highlighting the peak difference and the time zone difference, how that can be optimized to enhance the super grids, and also highlighting the power of collaboration and partnership. And I think through the collaboration of partnership and collaboration, I think we can achieve a lot of these challenges that we may face in super grid, and also tap the benefit or the potential benefit that super grid gives us. With this, as both the speaker mentioned about the flagship report on business and financial model on the cross-border transmission, this is for the first time we have only looked at the cross-border lines and try to understand what are the different business and financial model that is being seen across the globe, all over the globe, across all the regions. And with this, we'd like to release this report. So I request Mathurji also to come on dais and release the report, and along with all the dignitaries, please. We have a short video on the report. I request you to kindly play the video. Thank you everyone for your kind attention and having a glance at the video. At the next point, I will very quickly make a presentation on the supergrid and trans-regional grid energy corridors and very briefly touch you some of the quick findings of the report. Of course, I would like you guys to go through and read and then kind of see at it, but I'll just give you a glimpse of it, so to speak. So I will cover my presentation in four. Sorry, is it moving? Okay. Yeah, sorry. Thanks. I will be covering the presentation in four key sequences. What is the scale of electricity grid expansion that we are talking about for a 1.5-degree world? What are the super grids, and what are some of the key planned super grid projects? And very briefly, what are the key findings of the report and key recommendations? We in the COP, we always hear about the scale of transition that we are going to talk about. So what it basically means? It basically means that we have to kind of electrify the whole way of life. That's all it means at the end of the day. So for example, the electricity is projected to become the primary energy carrier going future from 22% to 51%. So we'd like to electrify almost everything that we see. What does it translate to? It translates to simply the fact that we have to enhance the transmission interconnections or transmissions by 2.3 times from what we have today. This is enormous amount of numbers that we're talking about. This is the kind of scale of transmission expansion that we are going to have. And it requires enormous amount of funding, around 600 billion USD per year, just on transmission. And if we talk about the net zero, maybe 21 trillion US dollars will be required by 2050 to enable this transition. So we are talking about enormous amount of transmission if we have to really achieve the clean energy transition that we are all talking about. And if we look at the cross-border trade, currently only 2.5% of the the electricity that is generated is actually traded across the border. So there is a huge scope for enhancing the trading. Well, Mathur Saab did mention about the super grids. So super grids is nothing new in the sense that basically you have already power grids and you kind of try to integrate these power grids. Of course, you could have the super grids as a layover of the existing grids, and it will be also would be mostly the HVDC interconnection, which are still for the long distance power interconnections. Now, if you look at the HVDC interconnections, it is the Europe who dominates the HVDC interconnection on the cross-border point of view, whereas the Asia dominates the interconnection on the domestic side, not on the cross-border side, so to speak. And the recent study mentions that if we go for the inter-regional grid interconnections, the electricity cost could decrease by 60% from $20 per megawatt hour to $9 per megawatt hour by 2050. So this is the kind of saving and also enhance the affordability of the electricity if we go for the regional grid interconnections. Next slide, please. Now I will just show you some of the the key the super grid examples or that is being planned. For example, there is a link called X links between Morocco and UK. It's expected to be a 4,000-kilometer line evacuating power from Morocco to UK, and it will have a 3.6 gigawatt of HVDC interconnector. So these are the kind of projects and the grids that we are talking about. Similarly, we also have a conceptual plan of Europe getting connected with North Africa, Middle East, and Europe. And it's kind of called super smart grid that's in Europe. Even currently, there is a project that is happening called, initially it was called Euro-Asia Interconnector. Now it's called Great Sea Interconnector. It connects between the Cyprus, Israel to Cyprus and then to Greece. And it is going to have 1,200 kilometers of HVDC submarine cable, kind of, touch around 3 kilometers of sea depth. And this is already under, it's also funded by the European PCI projects. So it's already happening. Then also we have this Australia-Singapore link, which will be a 4,500 kilometer submarine cable, could, transmit around 3 gigawatt of power through Indonesia, all the way from Australia to Singapore. And very recently, it also received in principle approval from the Singapore's government for this particular project. And also we have the Osho grid that Pankaj will talk about. So I will not talk about it. Next slide, please. Next slide. We all know the cross-border issues are very complex and challenging, and therefore the supergrid also will have its own dimension. So I would say that there are also issues at the political and policy levels also need to be factored in if we have to design for the supergrids. Regulatory and electricity market will play a key role in ensuring supergrid actually become a reality. So a lot of this market-related issues also needs to be factored in. There are also technical and commercial challenges. Of course, the Mathusa already mentioned that the feasibility study is underway, and these kind of things are also need to be required to ensure that the interconnection not just become the costlier interconnection, but also the interconnection that is the most optimal one. There is no point in building system which doesn't reduce the cost. So that should be a key factor when we design the supergrids. And I also emphasize in this process, institutional partnerships are very key. As Mathuji also mentioned that it is all, if we collaborate among each other and learn from each other, I think we can advance the cause of the supergrids, and that become, in my view, the most crucial thing as we move forward. Next slide, please. Next slide. So just to give you a very broad insight, so we initially looked at 30 projects around the globe, 30 projects. And we also categorize all these projects as different models. So some models will be at the government ownership model, some could be of the independent power transmissions, some could be merchant level, merchant where they build the transmission. Some are also like financial ownership, not necessarily the government ownership, and there are also dedicated lines. So initially we looked at almost 30 examples across the globe. Next slide, please. Then we kind of summarize these 30 examples and choose each one project from each of the region, and also factor in the different type of models. So we ensure that we are covering all the type of model and also across the region of these examples. Next slide. And we also did a intense stakeholder consultation, also involving the international participants to understand their inputs on the report. And that is how we went ahead in developing this report. Next slide, please. So as I was offline talking and telling, see, broadly, if you see in the region wise, Southeast Asia, the Central Asia, Africa, you find the dominance of the government ownership model, because that is the most the common way of developing the projects. Whereas you also see in Europe almost all the models all these models that I mentioned, they are also in the present. There are also in other regions, we also have government ownership and also at the same time merchant interconnection. So this is the kind of spread that you see as you look at all the regions around the globe. Next slide, please. Now here I will just try to draw your one quick attention that yes, most of the projects we do see the government ownership, but here you see two projects. One is NemoLink, which is based on the auction. So the idea is that while the government ownership is the preferred mode, but there are also other models. I think eventually we have to look into some of these models. Similarly, also you see the Basilisk interconnector between Australia and Tasmania and Monata link. They are all market based. So here is the case where market is making the assurance, and these high capacity lines are also getting built. So idea will be that as we move into so many interconnection, the government resources will be definitely limited. So how we can think of building some of these interconnection through different other way of models, if it is suitable into that region. Next slide, please. So very quickly, some of the recommendation, of course, on the the line and ownership, the recommendation is that can we think of joint ownership of the lines, or kind of joint institutional structure which could be utilized to develop these lines. We also think that going forward, there should be also PPP models in cross-border projects. We have often seen PPP models in domestic transmission, but can we also explore the PPP models in cross-border projects? There are some examples, ASEAN, where things have been developed in PPP model, but I think that also needs to be aggravated. On the way we develop the transmission line, I think slowly we have to move away from the bilateral mechanism slowly to a regional planning approach, where as a collectively we plan the transmission, therefore we optimize the transmission. But of course, the existing bilateral mechanisms are definitely much helpful and they build the foundation. But maybe slowly as the time ripens, we may need to move towards the regional approach. Then on the investment decision on anchor customers, there are cases where you build the lines because there are anchor customers. So not necessarily the investment decision has to be shared, but if you have an anchor customer, you could also develop these lines. Next slide, please. In terms of the transmission tariff models, well, India also tried, and I would say rather successfully have tried the tariff-based competitive bidding regime. Can we also think of, kind of having similar kind of mechanism on the cross-border lines? Because that is how you will optimize the, the cost of transmission, and therefore the clean energy transition become a affordable transition, not necessarily the most, costliest transition. Then, of course, in terms of cost and revenue sharing, uniform sharing should be there. As I mentioned, some of the projects are also getting developed to the markets. So can we think of developing regional electricity market? And that becomes one of the way of developing some of these super grids. Because at the end, you need to rely on markets to kind of, make sure that some of these projects also comes. And the last point will be regional financing of cross-border infrastructure. Well, some of these cross-border infrastructure are very costly and often need certain amount of supports. As we have seen in case of Europe, some of the projects are also get financed with the support of the European Union, which are mentioned to the project of common interest, where they are allowed to get certain amount of grant as a kind of a visibility kind of viability gap funding to make these projects happen. So the point I'm making is that in addition to the normal way of financing, we should also think about regional financing facilities, focusing on the super grid and cross-border, which could be utilized to finance some of these cross-border projects, because otherwise these projects often takes time and little difficult to do because of this cross-border nature, so to speak. Next slide, please. So that's all I had to quickly say. And I would say with these two quotes, change is inevitable. Change will happen, but transformation is a choice. Can we make that choice? And my favorite quote of Nelson Mandela is, it always seems impossible until it's done. We always find it is very difficult to do it. Until it is done, we find it, oh, it's so easy to do it. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Now, I invite Mr. Pankaj Khurana, Program Specialist at International Solar Alliance, to kindly deliver a presentation on One Sun, One Grid, the initiative for integrating South Asia, ASEAN, GCC, and Africa region. Pankaj, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Panda. As our Director General and the other speakers, and you, of course, have given a very broad overview of the various kind of interconnectors all across the globe. So I'll be giving this very short presentation. The rapid expansion and modernization of the present grid infrastructure is very much essential to deliver the mission for achieving the SDG goals, that is energy transmission, energy security, energy access. The idea of OSOVOG initiative was put forth by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, at the first assembly of ISA in October 2018. This initiative aims at connecting the various grids across various continents. The vision is for one grid for one sun in one world. There is a sun never set. So it aims to connect the different regional grids through a common grids for realizing the potential of renewable energy sources. So, but the address to risk associated with intermittency of sources for flow of power from a region with excess of generation to a region of increased demand. As far as the current situation is concerned about the study was awarded to EDF-led consortium. The phase 1 report has already been completed. It consists of set of various assumptions for carrying out this study, modeling for performing the simulations. Different multiple scenarios with 32 million database has been considered for the years spanning from 2020 to 2050, including various power generation resources, technologies, transmission grid, losses and cost. In this, the validation of task force constituted by Power Grid, Grid India, and SECI and other entities helped for the validation of the phase 1 report. In phase 2, the corridor design with pilot interconnection, the simulation in Plexo software has already been completed by the EDF consultant. Now it is ready to be submitted to the competent authority, the task force, for their further evaluation and review and further suggestions. In this phase 2, we have considered the India, Myanmar, Thailand connection, covering the ASEAN and South Asian grid, total of 15 countries. with the India as the fulcrum. Of course, the neighboring country, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, connections have already been considered in this study. The interconnection for Pan-Arab and Turkey, we call as PAM, is envisaging the 20 countries. And further, the connection is envisaging total of 67 countries in the Africa region as well as Saudi Arabia and Middle East. Finally, the connection which is already there with Europe will be envisaged in this study. As the speakers have already mentioned, the phase 3 will come up with the institutional framework, which is very important for paving the way for the OSOWOG, One Sun, One World, One Grid to be implemented. Consultations on regulations, energy policies, electricity organizations, power trade, grid and system operations, economically viable mechanism has to be framed, establish institutional framework, and the various options for the appropriate institution will be determined on national level, regional level, and intergovernment level. As it is very much clear that this is the various opportunities with One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, the economic exchange of power will be there. Of course, the reduction in electricity cost will come and improvement in system safety will be there. But there will be several challenges also, which we have to find out. We know the esteemed panelists are here, dignitaries are here to discuss about this also, dealing with different governments, dealing with different market forces, dynamic geopolitical relations, various technicalities regarding the size, technologies, and the techno-economic feasibility of interconnections. So here I stop my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pankaj, for very nicely explaining the progress on the OSOGO and also highlighting some of the challenges. I think that could be some of the points for the panelists to take it forward. Thank you, Pankaj, for your kind presentation. With this, now we move forward to the panel discussion. We have a very illustrious speakers in the panel. So I hand over to Ramesh, Mr. Ramesh Kumar, Chief of Human PPIC International Solar Alliance, to kindly take forward the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Many thanks, Rajiv. First of all, let me thank Dr. Mathur for giving his initial remarks and setting the context. And also Mr. Bem for giving you your remarks for the opening of this important session. Thanks, Rajiv, for giving a presentation, and Mr. Pankaj for giving an overview of OSOWO. So it's very important, and I would like to once again welcome all the panelists virtually as well as physically available. Many thanks for joining this very important discussion on super grids, which is a very exciting idea, and I think the world should move towards that. I'll just start with our virtual speakers, and I would reach out to Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad ji. He is the chairperson of Central Electricity Authority of India. As you know, Central Electricity Authority of India is the technical arm of the Power Ministry, and they play a very key role and in the entire planning of the transmission system in the country, generation, as well as in the distribution system policies and technical standards they give. They also have a lot of experience in terms of trading of power with even other countries. So thank you, Ghanshyam Prasad ji, for joining this, and I once again welcome you here. I would like to reach out to you on a very important question. You know, you have been in the hem of affairs for doing the South Asia's what you call inter-country bilateral transmission, or the transactions happening between India, Bangladesh, India, Bhutan, India, Nepal. So this cross-border electricity trade, I'm sure you would have come across very lot of lot of learnings, I would say positive learnings, as well as some challenges. So I would request you to give both the sides how the experience could be very useful for expanding to the super grids, and also the challenges which you have faced and how we can overcome on that. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this very important session and touching upon the very, very important topic, which is very, very apt for the present day, particularly in the light of energy transition and the manner in which globally the energy shift is happening. As far as India is concerned, and you rightly pointed out in South Asia, when we started thinking about the regional cooperation, particularly we started with Bhutan. And because Bhutan had rich hydro potential and they didn't have that much amount of demand in their own country, the demand lied in India. And so we started collaborating with them. We had joint studies. The very positive point about the model of the joint study used to be that both the countries used to be on the same page, synchronized with each kind of decisions. It used to be mostly government to government. And the technical team used to be the fulcrum of the entire decisions. So the structure was that we had joint technical teams, then we had government to government negotiations and government to government agreements and all, either through the MOA or MOU, that means Memorandum of Understanding, which we signed with not only Bhutan, we also signed with Nepal, Bangladesh, Myanmar. We also have MOU with Sri Lanka, and so on and so forth. What happened with this kind of arrangement is that there was a definitive mechanism of interaction of the two teams at the technical level, bureaucratic level, as well as the political level. So that is how you must have seen that we progressed quite well with Bhutan, and we have a number of interconnections, and a good amount of power is being imported by Bhutan to India, and we are getting the benefits of green power, which is being sent by Bhutan to us. But then they also need some power, because whenever there is a low hydro scenario in Bhutan, and particularly during the time when the water recedes in Bhutan and they need power to meet their own demand, we are able to supply from India, particularly during the winter months, that is December, January, and that kind of a period. So as we go along, what we found that it is whatever we had developed, whether it is with Bhutan or Nepal or with Bangladesh, particularly if I see the quote of the Nepal, right now they are importing power from us. But very soon, once the projects, hydro projects in Nepal gets commissioned by the Satluj Jal Vidyut Nigam Limited, SJVNL, and some more projects are in the pipeline, India will start getting power, hydropower from them. You mentioned about the bilaterals, but let me inform the entire house today that we have also started one small trilateral experiment as well. That is 40 megawatt of power will now be going from Nepal via India to Bangladesh, and that has already started happening. So this region is no more a bilateral concept, and we have already moved towards the regional concept. And this is how we have to move, in fact. The interconnection will always be with 2 endpoints that will lie in 2 countries, and that is how it has to go. And whatever cooperation that is required in the regional level, that has to happen in that manner as well. Coming slightly more ahead, particularly we also are looking at some more interconnections with Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Saudi Arabia, UAE, even Singapore. So all these are in the pipeline, and hope to get this fructified as quickly as possible. Particularly if I see the Bhutan, another aspect, particularly that is after synchronization, because Bhutan is synchronously connected with Indian grid, which means that they also get an advantage of stability and reliability factor, which a larger grid is able to provide Bhutan. And their grid is quite stable, as stable and strong as Indian grid. Same benefit was passed on when Bangladesh also started getting power from India through the interconnections. Right now, we have 2 interconnections. We are planning for the third one. Their grid also got stabilized. Rather, we have 3 lines to Bangladesh as of now and transporting around 2000 plus megawatt to Bangladesh. So besides the quantum of power, which is of a mutual interest to both the countries, somewhere we are importing, somewhere we are exporting, but it is good for the region as such. What we are seeing is once we go for the solar concept and going towards the renewable side of it, because of the diversity in demand, number one, and number two, in the time differentials that we see from happening from Southeast Asia, South Asia, and coming towards Europe and other places, there's a time differential of somewhere around 7 to 8 hours, which means that we can have extended solar hours, which can be utilized for a particular country. And that will reduce even the requirement of storage, which people are planning if they do it at an individual level. And if we go and plan for the regional level, definitely the reliability and the utilization factor of these solar powers can get much, much better to that extent. One more thing I just wanted to point out here is because we are now going in a big way towards the BIMSTEC. And BIMSTEC Energy Center has been established at Bangalore in India, and wherein we are going ahead with the BIMSTEC energy plans. So the concept of regional planning has also started through the BIMSTEC forum. And very soon you will see a BIMSTEC master plan, which will be almost not only a plan, but hopefully it should be an implementable plan, which will be agreed with the senior ministers and at that level. And the BIMSTEC Energy Center will be able to take it forward through this particular forum. So coming to One Sun, One World, One Grid, which was a good initiative by Indian government, and we have seen a good amount of traction in Southeast Asia, South Asia, and going towards the western side as well. Coming and talking slightly about the Indian conditions, particularly, we are already having the transmission plans for up to 600 gigawatt in a time frame of now 2032. Earlier, we had announced the program of 500 gigawatt by 2030. Now we are going for 600 gigawatt by 2032. The number can further go up to somewhere around 1800 to 2000 gigawatt by the year 2047 to 2050. So it's a huge number, huge challenges, and interconnection definitely is going to help in optimizing the use of these renewable resources in a much, much better manner. And the next point, I think somebody has also highlighted about the green energy corridor, which India has undertaken. So we had already completed the 2 phases, green energy corridor 1 and 2. The third phase is under planning. So we are also planning in that manner. So the idea is now to provide green electricity to the consumers. So we are also going towards the carbon market and trying to see that the green energy is also tagged and certified once it is being delivered to the particular industrial consumers or any consumers who would like to tag themselves as green power. So we are working in that direction as well. So towards the carbon market, towards the certification for the green power, and in that arena as well. So I'll stop here because a lot of other panelists are also waiting in queue. So at the end, I'll only say that enough of studies, enough of planning, enough of DPR preparations. Now the time has come for implementation and passing on the benefits to the regional consumers in a larger manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that elaborate inputs and including the you're migrating from the bilateral to trilateral and the regional basis planning. And these inputs, I'm sure, will be very useful for the One Sun, One World, One Grid concept. Many thanks for that, sir, to you. Moving on, I'll just reaching out to Mr. R.K. Tyagi, Chairperson and Managing Director of Power Grid Corporation of India Limited, for the benefit of the audience. Power Grid Corporation of India is the transmission utility. They set up that entire transmission system across the country. And I would proudly should also say that it's one of the largest grid network in a synchronous mode. So I would say that maybe this is like a connecting multiple countries, and within that country, they having those so much of volume. So thank you, Mr. R.K. Thangi. Thank you, sir, for joining here. And I'm just extending my question. What Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad ji was just talking about is the green corridor. This is one area the power grid has been instrumental in setting up a green corridor across the country, which has paved the way for transmitting the green power from various states, one state to other state, and from one region to one other region. So please throw some light and the learnings and the which will be very beneficial for the implementation of this intercontinental green kind of a green corridor which we are planning. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Respected DG ISA, Mr. Mathur. Respected Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairman CA. Respected experts, delegates. So most of the insight has been given about India by our respected Chairman Ghanshyam Prasad ji. I will touch upon the experience and what we have done in Indian grid. As far as green energy corridors and green energy is concerned, it is subject to variability. It is subject to seasonal changes. It is having problem of low inertia, mechanical inertia. Moreover, renewable, especially solar and wind in India, is mostly concentrated in western part of the country, in Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, that area. In India, we started with Rajasthan and Gujarat initially, and we started developing green energy corridor between hydro generators in north, like Moga and Delhi. Moga is connected to hydro generations in Himachal Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir. And in west, in Gujarat, there are two plants of thermal, about 8,000 megawatt at Mundra. So first green energy corridor was to interconnect these two hydro and thermal generations and connect RE potential in Rajasthan and Gujarat to this green energy corridor. So we started with Mundra, Bhuj, Banaskantha, then to Ajmer, Chittorgarh, Bikaner, right up to Moga. So it was almost total, we have added almost in 9,700 circuit kilometer was there. And then RE generation started coming in Rajasthan and Gujarat. So all were connected with this green energy corridor. And slowly, we started developing more and more transmission network, mainly for this solar and wind energy. Like at Badla, Bikaner, Fatehgarh, that area, and all are now many transmission networks handling RE power or green energy power are in service. As informed by a CA chairman, that 600 gigawatt transmission planning has already been done. and many transmission lines and substations are under construction to connect RE potential areas, RE generations, so that it can be smoothly integrated with rest of the grid. But considering challenges of variability, low inertia, we have to have dynamic compensation like static power compensation. HVDC for making possible power flow from RE rich state to long distance to say eastern part of country like Odisha and Bihar, so that we require HVDC as well as AC network for fully integration of RE generation in India. So similar to these green energy corridors, if green energy corridors or international interconnections are developed between India and Middle East, India and South Asian countries, then this time zone variability can be leveraged upon and storage can be optimized. We are already connected with Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, as mentioned that we also have recently signed trilateral agreement of 40 megawatt. If we can connect with the, say, Middle East, so Middle East countries can be interconnected and power from India can be supplied to many countries or other countries from say Oman or Saudi Arabia to other countries in Middle East. Even this power can be transmitted to Africa. It can be transmitted to Europe also when this Greece interconnection between Egypt and Greece and Europe is under construction. If we have these interconnections, so one sun, one world, one grid vision can be possible. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs on the green energy corridor. And the learnings from this green energy corridor implementation will be very handy and useful for expanding it when we are going for intercontinental connections. From the South Asia, let me just move to ASEAN region. We are also excited about connecting the South Asia to the ASEAN region. I'm reaching out to Mr. Priyastha Viratma, the project manager of ASEAN Power Interconnection. So my question to you is, you have a ASEAN Grid Interconnection Master Plan study, and this study must have given a lot of inputs while you are connecting within that ASEAN. So let me hear from you to the benefit of the audience. What are your learnings from this master plan implementation, and what are the challenges which you are currently facing? Over to you, Mr. Priyastha.
Yeah, thank you so much for these occasions. Actually, I'm sorry cannot join in person in Baku, but with pleasure. Thank you for giving me opportunity on this. Yeah, in terms of your questions about our studies, we name it with the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan Study, or we call it AIMS. So AIMS has been key instrumental in identifying the potential and priorities, and also the pathway for the realizing of the ASEAN Power Grid in the ASEAN regions. And also among its key achievements of AIMS has successfully mapped all the technical feasibilities for cross-border interconnections. So through the studies, we can identify the optimal power trading route options, and then highlight the economic and environment benefits of enhanced interconnectivities among the countries, and particularly integrating the renewable energy sources. And notably, it has provided a foundations for fostering the regional cooperations and trust, and also leading to the implementations of several bilateral interconnections, such as those between Thailand, Laos, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesians, Malaysians, or maybe another regions like so Africa and then South Asia as well. And then a kind of challenge also, we're facing a challenge. Of course, have several challenges to develop that studies. First, about the technical barriers. And also for your information, we also cooperating with the consultant from the India to build the technical things for the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan studies. First, barriers about technical, because ASEAN consists of 10 countries with different grid codes, different standard, different technology among the nations. For example, even though maybe everyone already understand and know about the northern sub-regions in the northern ASEAN is already connected each others, but simply they already exist. But for example, Western Laos, Myanmar, and Thailand, maybe they have a similar grid code, but Eastern Laos with Vietnam and Cambodia have a different another grid codes. So that's kind of sample to how to harmonize the standard grid code and bring it up to the studies and examine that into the one result in the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan studies. And the second thing about the regulatory and policy misalignments, divergent national energy policies and regulatory framework also hinder seamless integrations, because with different policies, different misalignment regulatory, sometimes we have a difference as well about how to create the systems. And then, of course, about the financial and business model challenge, because the cross-border projects often face high upfront costs and also uncertainty over cost sharing mechanisms, and difficult in securing private sector to invest, to chip in, and to join that project. And how to ASEAN regions address this? Innovative business and financial model are critical, I think. Also mentions by my friends, Mr. Rajiv Pandada, through that studies about how to public-private partnerships or multilateral funding or any risk-sharing mechanisms can help mobilize capital. So I appreciate and applause with that studies. I think so we agree with that, and many things already carry out on that studies. And one thing I learn as well from the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan study development for the other regional as well. The importance of robust regional frameworks and institutional coordinations to harmonize technical and policy standard is key, and sometimes we need to tailoring the financial solutions and address risk sharing among stakeholders. So that why we create the aims and show that to the potential partner like USA, like USTDM, many things agency from the world, and show, okay, we have a different framework, have a different institutional, but we have the same willingness, and then this same willingness, same objective, and same initiative to create the power grid, to create the ASEAN power grid. So it also can offerings to the partners, to the financing institutions come into the region and give this financial solutions, for example, through their initiative to unlock the RE integrating, for example, and so on and so on. And also we need to engaging the capacity buildings and knowledge sharing to strengthen the regional expertise in every layer, from the bottom, like user, people from each countries, and convince them, because to achieve the energy target, to achieve the security energy is not necessary using your own sources, but you can utilize from your neighbors countries. And then also enrich capacity from the utilities perspective, invite them into the capacity buildings and workshop, and also invite the government as well to make them into the one paper and the one willingness and perspective to have the cross-border interconnection, to have the power grid, and to implement the ASEAN power grid. I think this kind of insight can guide us. Also, similar project I think in globally, like how the African create their interconnections and fostering cross-border collaboration from Europe, EU with ACERS, and other regionals from the world to achieve our sustainable energy transitions. I think that from my end about the challenge and our story about the master plan studies in ASEAN regions. I'll back to you. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Priyastha, for giving those important points, whether it's to have the grid code on a standard grid code, which is acceptable to all, and the capacity building part of which are very crucial in developing these interconnections. Now, moving on, let me come to the speakers here, the panelists here with me in the dais. Let me reach out to Studmore Musei, the environmental specialist from South Africa Power Pool. You know, the ASEAN to Asia, South Asia to GCC to Africa. These are our important aim part of this expanding the grid. In that context, the South African power pool is one of the most advanced power pool among the 5 power pools in Africa. And I'm sure there are a lot of experience and inputs from you for this effort. So I have a bit of a non-technical or slightly deviating from the typical question. I would request your intervention on how environmental and social considerations are important while you have been developing this regional power pool and interconnection among the countries. What are your the important points which will be very useful when we are developing this intercontinental grid? Over to you, Mr. Studmore.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I really appreciate and thanks for the invitation. So with regards to the management of environmental issues at Southern African Power Pool, considering the continent in which we are operating, because the African continent, if you look at it, you would notice that we have got 1.3 billion people, and 500 million of those people do not have access to electricity. And a better proportion of those people are also affected by poverty itself. They are impoverished. And it is on that basis that we have actually decided to infuse environmental and social governance issues into our business model as the Southern African Power Pool to ensure that we take care of the needs and expectations of our key stakeholders and communities within which we operate as an organization. And it is on that basis that we've decided to put in place various mechanisms, starting with institutional arrangements, like structures that assist us to implement and ensure that we are effective in the implementation of these requirements at country and regional levels. So the first thing that we have done, we established what we call the Intergovernmental Memorandum of Understanding, that is agreement between governments in the management of issues across the Southern African Power Pool in the Southern African region. Then the second thing that we have done based on that governance structure, we have put in place what we call the Inter-Utility Memorandum of Understanding. And within this Inter-Utility Memorandum of Understanding, we have actually decided to put a structure which we call the Environmental Subcommittee that is solely responsible for managing environmental and social governance issues relating to the Southern African Power Pool. And within this subcommittee, we have put in place mechanisms by way of developing standards, taking into consideration the multivariate nature of legislation and the cross-jurisdictional nature of legislation across countries. And for that reason, we have decided to develop our own standards. These standards include what we call the Environmental and Social Management Framework. This is the standard that has actually taken into consideration the needs and expectations of key stakeholders from a financial perspective. These are international development partners. and the key stakeholders from a social perspective, which include communities within which we operate and the governments that are affected by the operations that we undertake as the Southern African Power Pool. And in addition to that, we have also undertaken, put it upon ourselves to ensure that research and innovation plays a central role in what we do as the Southern African Power Pool. Looking into the effect that we are now being affected by climate change dynamics, we've decided to put in place research at the center of what we do as the Southern African Power Pool to ensure that our structure remains more resilient and the communities within which we operate are not detrimentally affected by our operations as an organization. And to that effect, we're undertaking studies like of recent, we've undertaken what we call the climate adaptation study for the Southern African region, taking into consideration some of the effects that we have suffered in the recent years and some of the challenges that we are currently experiencing. Like we have power stations with an installed capacity of something like 1050 megawatts, that is 1050 megawatts, operating only at a fraction of their normal operational capacity. Like they will be generating a 1050 megawatt power station, will be generating something like 300 megawatts, which is a very low considering the investment that would have been put in place to ensure that we invest in that. So it's one of those things that we have also done. Then the other thing that we have also done is to ensure that our partnerships, public-private partnerships, we have decided to develop partnerships with public and also the private investors to ensure that we support the environmental initiatives in various communities across the region and also improve efficiency in our utilities across the region by way of setting aside budgets for implementation of environmental and social governance systems regionally. So it's one of those things that we are currently doing. And at the moment, I'm happy actually to share with you that we are working towards GCF accreditation, which is one of the key aspects that will assist us to finance adaptation mechanism across the Southern African Power Pool. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Steadmore. In fact, this is very, very important aspect, and I'm sure we are also mindful of the more than 600 million people doesn't have the electricity. I think these connections also should assist the getting those people who are not able to get the power. I'm sure that it has been shared responsibility to meet this requirement. Many thanks for your input. Let me come to Mr. Ugen Chopal, is from Bhutan. Bhutan is historically and predominantly making the green power, and they are sending it to India, and at times, depending on the season, some import also happening. So my question would be to you, and this with the One Sun, One World vision, I'm sure Bhutan will get a room for sharing your power with more countries. So how do you look at it? What are your thoughts on that for this concept, and what are your inputs for this very important initiative? Over to you, Mr. Ugen.
First of all, I would like to thank ISA for giving this opportunity. So just to briefly talk on the history of electricity in Bhutan, the electron in terms of electricity was introduced in the early 1960s, and Bhutan started generating electricity in large quantity from the mid-1980s. And then after that, we have been almost more than 3 decades, we have been exporting electricity to India. And with the change in demand now, we are again during the lean months, we are importing from India, as just mentioned by you and the chairperson from the CEA, sorry. So the dynamics of the electricity trade is now changing between the India and Bhutan. Bhutan is a carbon negative country, and we have pledged to remain carbon neutral for times to come. And Bhutan has close to around 50 gigawatt capacity of renewable energy. So current capacity, we have around close to 2,500. That's all from hydro, which is also a renewable. So, having a super grid connection and also concept Bhutan's clean energy export and integration in South Asia region starting from the ASEAN to the African nations, it would not just benefit Bhutan it will not just benefit Bhutan, but region in large. So by participating in the supergrid or in the OSOC, Bhutan can enhance its clean energy export and through the integration of the integration in the regions, this would not only help Bhutan in maintaining its carbon neutrality, but also help the world in achieving the target towards the net zero target. So further, with the OSOC, I see like the energy demand, as mentioned by Honorable DG ISA, there is the possibility of meeting like almost 18 hours in a day from the solars, like taking the time difference in the ASEAN to the African nations. So this will have a huge benefit in terms of like electricity supply and working towards the achieving net zero target. Therefore, we look forward to taking this into a shape and under the leadership of ISA and revolutionize the renewable energy sector and meet our target for the future and a better world to live for our future generations. So I will end here.
Thank you, Mr. Ugen. And also, the country should be thankful to you for making it carbon negative. So many thanks. This will be very useful for your input. Will be very useful to take it forward. My last speaker, Mr. Rajiv Porwal. Sorry to reach to your last, but you know the grid stability and is always the most important part, and having managing and which a large 400 gigawatt of power. I'm sure you have a lot of inputs when we try to connect from continent to continent, region to region, and especially the issue also Priya talked about the grid cord as well. So throw some lights or your important suggestions. How do we take the important points from you for a stable operation of such a super grid? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, very good evening to everybody, all the panelists and all the participants in this. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Definitely, India has a very long history of interconnecting, say, states, then to form the regional grids, then interconnecting regional grids through the asynchronous links, then again interconnecting through AC links, all the regions forming the big national grid and operating such a big national grid. We have very good experience on that. As far as as mentioned, that there are two types of interconnection. One could be asynchronous interconnection, another could be synchronous interconnection. So as far as asynchronous interconnection is concerned, there is slightly, say, lesser coordination or collaboration is required only with certain amount of power. If the small amount of power is need to be transferred from one area to another area, these can be preferred. And because if there are more diversity, say more differences between the some of the procedures in different areas, these can definitely create environment for more interaction, and over the years these differences could be overcome, and therefore these could be good starting point, asynchronous interconnection, because one area's problem will not get transferred to another area, and both areas can continue to operate in their own way of, say, grid codes or the procedures, whatsoever are there, they can continue. If we interconnect these systems, then definitely there are a lot of things need to be done. As has already been mentioned, that we would be requiring a lot of stability issues. So from planning perspective also, a lot of studies will be required. From operational perspective, all these studies will be required when we enlarge the canvas of the grids, definitely there would be transfer from one area to another area. Market will also get opened up. So there would be a lot of large transfer from one area to another area. This can lead to the congestion in some or other areas, and they may not be anticipating those type of congestions. So more visibility of the grids where this can be issue, more simulation studies beforehand, so that where the situation can go wrong and where we need to enhance the grid. This may not be, say, totally visible if we see from just from the perspective of the economics, or just from the perspective of the interconnections, but those say combined studies need to be done. Then we say as the weather protection philosophies, then frequency and voltage control, how they are being controlled, say under frequency or system security aspect, they need to be harmonized better. And we need to understand that we are in the same boat. So if the boat has any problem, everybody will have a problem. So that type of mindset, that side of collaboration will be required from each and everyone. And more as we definitely increase our collaboration, as we have been doing with our neighbors in Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, there has been a lot of interactions. And as Chairperson C has mentioned, that there are different levels, say GTT, GOC, as well as at more administrative level, JSC, and all these forums are there. And there has been different level of interactions, and the issues has been resolved. So for the system operation perspective, there would be that whether we have a good scheduling system, how we can schedule the different transactions, how we can have a arrangement for the deviation settlement, how we can manage the congestion, and how we can have a different services which are required for the frequency control, voltage control, or the say network control, and system restart resources also. All these things will slowly get developed. But I am sure that everybody has said that these are the issues which in any case will engineers, technical people in different countries are aware of. Only as that we need to further harmonize and also understand that this larger problem could be there. So as we move along, as we start from, say, synchronous interconnection, we will definitely have a lot of experience sharing from each other. And and more we can interconnect with the AC system later on. And then these DC systems, as in India, we have a lot of DC system and AC system combined running in a parallel mode with the AC system. So we have a lot of leverage of controlling the network. So those AC systems with interconnections of different countries can also be leveraged for the controlling the power flows, and also say working as a phase shifter. And many things can be done with these. So these hybrid type of interconnections could be very important. And as far as other situations are, as I have already mentioned, that these can be slowly developed. Definitely, we have done many things on regulatory perspective, from the standards perspective. These all things will be required, and more. I say, as Chairman Pargid has mentioned, that more and more stability type of issues will be coming with a lot of renewables coming in the system. So those standards, adopting to the good standards of one country, and understanding that why these are required, these will be key issues. And but I am sure that we can definitely overcome these issues. This is not as surmountable. And as another issue was also raised, that how we share these say interconnections charges or whatever transmission charges, how we share among the different beneficiaries, different countries. That is also would be an important questions. But we have a very good framework we have developed over the years in the country, and other different states and different regions are sharing those type of models could also be borrowed or can be implemented in the regional interconnections as well. Thank you. With this, I thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajiv Porwal. They giving those very important inputs in the grid operational point of view and the grid stability point of view. some of the key things to be taken care. I'm sure this is also a very important inputs. Before I think I have reached out to all the eminent speakers. I'm just reaching out to the audience for any specific question at this stage before concluding, because this is a vast subject, and this requires multiple level of understanding. If you have any specific question, you can post it to the panelists. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not finding any questions here. I think we have been overshooting the time, and because this is a very exciting subject, and the most important thing which I could see, the different people from different region, different background, whether it's in the planning, operations, and the implementation, all the people are here together, and that's the beauty of this discussion. And I think with very close discussions, whether it is on technical side, socio-economic side, or the market mechanism, or the grid code, all these aspects could be discussed, and we could find the ways. More importantly, I think we also need to have the political dialogues so that every country is benefited out of it, and there is a win-win situation created across all countries, so that the renewable resource can be shared from continent to continent and the region to region, ultimately making it affordable and reaching the every nook and corner of the globe. So many thanks all the participants and the eminent speakers joined virtually as well as physically here. And I would also thank Mr. Bem for your remarks here, and Dr. Mathur, and the presentation by Mr. Pankaj and Mr. Rajiv. With that, let me close this session. Many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
I
very much,
request
everyone.
online participants to kindly stay online. We'll take a group photograph.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Borja Lopetegui Gonzalez, and I'm the head of communications for the International Solar Alliance. So, welcome to this meaningful session about the role that media is playing in the solar revolution and, in a broader manner, the promotion of renewables and the action against climate change. I will now give the floor to our dear Director General, Dr. Ajay Mathur, for the opening of the event.
Thank you very much, Borka. First of all, let me say how delighted I am that all of you are here. This is at the heart about the story of solar. Solar obviously helps us meet the climate change goals of having zero emissions and yet electricity. That's fine. But we need you to write it so that people can relate to it. The narratives matter. And what we can do is help provide the information, the factual information on which you can build the narratives. What we are looking for is meaningful participation of the press and what is it that you can do and what is it that we can do. Obviously, there are some ideas that we have, but that's besides the point. What we want to do is to hear you tell us what you want from us. And as we look forward, we are truly, there are all kinds of stories that we are looking at. For example, we believe that there are at least 4 types of countries. And the solar strategies in each of these 4 types of countries would be different. So you have the countries which are the developed countries where the energy consumption per capita is more or less constant. Well, in those countries, you can use solar during the day, where it is already the cheapest form of electricity when the sun is shining. But at night, you can use existing capacity, existing electricity generation capacity, which is based on fossil fuels. You reduce the amount of fossil fuel usage, right? Now you come to the developing countries. Developing countries have the problem that your electricity demand is increasing. It's increasing during the day and it's also increasing at night. Solar can meet that during the day. What happens at night? So distribution companies from the developing world come to me and ask me, so you want us to set up solar for the day? What do we do at night? You want to set up a fossil fuel plant for the night? Well, that becomes difficult. Now, thankfully, there is an answer because in the first 6 months of this year, there have been 4 auctions of round-the-clock renewable electricity in India. And in these 4 auctions, we found prices for round-the-clock renewable electricity, round the clock, which was less than that from new fossil fuel plants. New. It actually depends on the fact whether you do auctions for batteries, battery storage again and again and again. And on the renewable side, they did it by adding solar and wind together. Well, then this leads to the question, what about land? Where do you get the land? And other such questions. But the point is, I believe that there is a story there. You're talking of the developing countries where the grids are non-existent. So if you want to get electricity to people, you either extend the grid or you set up solar mini grid. That means solar and batteries. Okay. Well, how on earth should I do it? If it is cheaper, that's fine, but how do I do it? I think there's a story there. And the 4th category of countries is the small island developing states. Now, if you have ever been to a small island state, or let me call it a large ocean state, how do you go from one island to the other? By boat? What does the boat use? Diesel? Excuse me, isn't that what we want to avoid? Where is the development of a boat going to happen? It's going to happen in either a developed country or a large emerging developing country. Who's working on it? Nobody. I think you need to create the stories that will tell us what we need to do in order to enable the solar revolution, even though the economics are in its favor. We need to change public opinion so that behavior, your behavior and my behavior, changes. I look forward to this discussion and I thank you all for being here. Burqa, back to you.
Thank you, Director General. So everybody please pay attention. We will proceed as follows. I'll be taking you through a very, very short presentation, just a couple minutes about what ISA is. Then we will see a true story that we have captured in the field, more specifically in Seychelles, which is a small island country, which is one of the main stakeholders we work with, where we have helped the local population and the government as well through the launch of cold storage units, which means a lot of things. I will not unveil the content of the film yet. And after that, we will have a very dynamic discussion with three very distinguished journalists that have done their careers. And I would say, no, I wouldn't say it is reality, 3 different continents. So, what a wealth that is. So let's start. So the International Solar Alliance is an intergovernmental organization that was founded actually here in COP in 2000 and in COP21. And we're currently working with 103 member countries. So we are helping them transition from energy that has an origin in fossils, so they can migrate towards renewables and more specifically solar energy. Next, please. Next one. Next. So in 2018, we had 47 member countries and 23 signatory countries. As you can see, the story has evolved in a very favorable and promising manner. Right now, we have 103 member countries and 17 signatory countries, which means that in over 100 countries around the world, action will be taken and different projects will be held, from solarization of healthcare, solarization of schools, cold storage units, etc. Next, please. So these are the flags of all the countries we're working in. Just a reminder that India is a president and France is a co-president. Next, please. Next. Yes, so we basically help countries with three different lines of action. One would be capacity building, for instance, launching solar centers in the countries. For instance, we call it the Starcy Center. The Starcy Center in Ethiopia is basically where all the students or all the youth that wants to become electricians or want to learn about solar energy go and receive some training and some certification. But it applies to a wide range of stakeholders. The idea is that the countries themselves spearhead their own solar revolution. Then we also help them with technical assistance. We help the government with feasibility studies. There are some project pipelines in 15 different countries, and then project implementation. There's 21 ongoing demonstration projects, which is pilot tests that we are conducting with different solar technologies in the ground. And if they work, we will be collaborating with governments so that they can take the lead in their own project. Next one, please. So we use different technologies such as solar parks, e-mobility technologies, solar PV, solarizing of heating and cooling systems, cold storage, as I said before. Next one. So now we're getting to my favorite part. Believe me, when I joined the International Solar Alliance, I was briefed into two main advantages of using solar energy. One would be sustainability. We all know it's more sustainable to use solar energy than contaminating the earth using fossil energy. Fine. Then we have the second factor, the economic factor. A lot of people will be saving money on their electricity bills because solar energy is so much more affordable than the traditional energy. But this is where the magic starts. As I started traveling and doing some films in the field, encountering the local communities, I realized that the advantages were not two, they were not 10, they're probably dozens or hundreds. I could give you the example of a rural community in Guyana, which had were helping them solarize a healthcare center. Before solar energy allowed them to have AC, for instance, people would be delaying the moment they would get medical attention, or because the healthcare center was not a very livable place. As soon as women were delivering, they were asked to go home straight away, which we can all agree, counters human dignity. There's so many others. I could talk for hours and hours. Incubators, vaccines, storing medication. And I wish so. Currently, my mission as a head of communications for ISA is that people watch our campaigns, start opening their minds and seeing the tangible and the human effects of solar energy. Next one, please. Now, we will see a video, not too long, just 3 to 4 minutes, as I said, about the cold storage unit and its effects in Seychelles.
To be a farmer, I feel like it's a privilege to supply the population with the quality of fruits and vegetables. I think it's an honor for the population of Seychelles.
Seychelles is a small island developing state. Seychelles, the main issue is with regards to land. Land is very limited and very competitive. That's why we are importing a lot of the agricultural products in the country. In the past, our strategy is encouraging the farmers to produce more vegetables.
My grandfather had this farm 19 years ago, and now I'm continuing. These are 2 coco de mer right here that are growing. And maybe when my kids are old, they'll, because it takes forever.
My t-shirt is the name of my farm. I'm the person who's always able to do anything I want to. That's the main reason I name my farm Hebel Farm.
My grandfather was a farmer, and my mom. I was with her on the farm every night after school, and then I went to the agricultural school and then worked as an officer in the agriculture department. My aim after the school was to apply new technology. New technologies like the chillers, they can store their produce there and then sell it.
1 ton of eggplant today, if you don't have market, you need to throw it. But if you have the chiller, you can store it, maybe for 2-3 weeks.
Then after sell it on the market, they will have a good price.
My name is Shani Green. I am the owner of Cool Licks Cafe and Takeaway. Nowadays, mostly all our products are imported, so it is very important for us to support local farmers.
The main thing is to cut the importation. It will help the farmers.
Solar chiller that we have in the country, it is on the 2nd largest of the island of Praslin, whereby we have a farming community and we have a lot of hotels on that island. So farmers can use agriculture to have more income, and using solar energy is one of the ways to cut down the cost of production, and it will help us achieve increasing food security for the island.
The sun for me means growth, energy.
Nice, eh? I will just say thank you because we have a lot of farmers that are showing interest in qualities.
Message thank you for Seychelles in achieving its goals and you working together, especially agricultural sectors, because Seychelles is green and we want to keep it.
So this is a story. This is a story of the farmers community in Seychelles. I'm still getting emotional whenever I look at it because I met them in person. Before we start the panel, I would like us to reflect on a slogan that the International Solar Alliance came up with, which I think is totally right. It's that we can all agree that solar energy is a change, right? And we're always talking about climate change, but also the changes that we need to spearhead in order to combat it. Well, without information, there's no action. And without action, there's no change. So this is a very kind reminder to value journalists and the people who work with information, because they are those who are allowing that change to happen. So let's start. Let's not delay this. Let's start with the panel discussion. We have three amazing guests. On my left, I have Mr. Aramis, who comes from Peru. He's been doing his career in investigative journalism and data journalism. So he's been involved. He actually works for Ojo Público, which is one of the most prominent media in Peru. And he's been involved in very ambitious projects, such as the Panama Papers, which is one of the projects, the main project, I would say, in the Spanish-speaking world against corruption. And he belongs to different press and investigation associations, such as the Earth Journalism Fellowship, which is the one that brought you here, right, Aramis? Welcome to this panel. I would like to start asking you, when do you think your commitment with sustainability was sparked?
Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation. As you said, I'm from Peru. And actually, I like covering this kind of issues because there is no space on traditional media in Peru. No, I work since more than or almost 10 years in digital medias because the paper in Peru is not publishing this kind of stories. So I think it's important for the audience to give this information, and that's why I've chosen this kind of specializing in journalism. So I think it's important, and also it's important to work with colleagues from other countries. That's the job I did in Ojo Público with countries from other places as Brazil, Colombia, and even Europe or Africa. So it's important to be in this space and share our experience about that.
Now you can add a new country. You've made it to Azerbaijan. You made a bunch of new contacts, I'm sure. Thank you, Aramis. We also have Chatula, who's coming from Zambia. She's also a journalist, and she's been working for over 12 years in the Zambia Times, which is, again, a massive media in the African regional arena. She's also been working in the sphere of public relations, and she's written some articles about business, technology, and even about the struggles and the benefits of solar energy in her country. So welcome, Chatula. Was there a specific moment where you decided you would be fighting as a journalist for or in the name of renewable energy, sustainability, solar energy?
Thank you so much. Okay, my interests on reporting on sustainability and renewable energy was okay. My interest to start reporting on sustainability and renewable energy started last year because I'm sure you're all aware of the climate crisis that Zambia is facing. We have a serious drought. It's been the worst that we've ever experienced. And due to this, its power generation was affected, and the country, since our independence in 1964, we've been highly dependent on hydropower. Now, because there are no rains, it's a drought. Where do we get the electricity from? Currently, as we speak, the maximum we can have electricity in Zambia is 3 hours in a day. So this has really crippled production, the economy, and everything has just gone down. So in my reports, I've done various research on the most sustainable energy source which Zambia can venture into. And from my research, I discovered solar was actually more resilient and more sustainable for Zambia. So I've been doing a number of articles on the advantages of solar energy, especially this time when we are facing these droughts. So to me, I feel solar energy is more sustainable to climate change, not only for Zambia, even for the rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chatula. I'm very glad that you both are bringing the perspective from your countries and from your continent, but we'll delve into that afterwards. Last but not least, we have Nuria Teson, who's from Spain, but she's done most of her career as a journalist in the Middle East. So she's been working in Turkey, Palestine, and Egypt. She's done some 15 years being the correspondent for El País, again, a massive media in Spain. But she's also been working as a freelancer for so many other media. Let me look at the list because it's very long. So AG Plus, Al Jazeera, La Sexta, Deutsche Welle, Radio France, and Cadena Ser. So thanks to her international approach and her vocation for human rights, she's also been able to work in communications for an embassy, working for the embassy of the Dominican Republic in Egypt. So Nuria, welcome, bienvenida. Please share with us, when did it start? When did you realize you were necessary in the action against climate change?
Thank you very much, Borja, for bringing us all here. I don't think there is a moment in which you decide that you have to report on climate or sustainability. I think that is something that happens naturally when, as I myself, you've been covering conflicts for 15 years in the region, and you realize how much conflict and the climate crisis are interlaced, not only because they enable the fight for resources or over resources, because they make more difficult to grow crops, because the difficult situation with extreme climate events like the one that my colleague was mentioning, with extreme drought or extreme flooding, are happening. All those elements are enabling conflict, and naturally, I was forced to look into it. For instance, we have Gaza, and I think that if we have to point out to a very specific moment in which I decided that it was fundamental in our work to cover these issues, was in 2013, when I was told that by the year 2015, probably in Gaza, there will be no drinkable water. Now we have this report from UNRWA saying that 97% of the water in Gaza was undrinkable. It's in constant conflict, and we are witnessing now what is the importance of having water available, not only for consumption of people, but also for the most basic rights, that is like having some dignity.
Absolutely. And I think it's very important to remind that we may be thinking then what's the connection between water and solar energy? Well, there is a connection. A lot of water generation mechanisms and a lot of mechanisms that help to filter water can be actioned through solar energy, which actually the International Solar Alliance is doing in some islands in the Pacific. So there is I wouldn't say a synergy, but a nexus there. So now that everyone knows everyone, I would like us to start with a little game. What are let's value ourselves. Let's value the role of journalists. What are the functions that we have? I'll start with the first one, the easiest one actually. We raise awareness. What else?
Educate and inform.
It's not the objective, but I think we can make change, no? At public sector or even the private sector. I mean, it's not our objective, but it's a consequence of journalism.
Absolutely.
Accountability. I think more than ever now, media outlets are fundamental to keep those responsibles accountable for their actions and for the actions that must be implemented in order to achieve change and change things around.
Well, absolutely. I think communications and research does a lot in the name of justice and truth. I will add another one because right now, maybe because I'm a millennial and because I believe a lot in influencers, I think that by journalists creating news or sharing news to people who will then subsequently become content creators or disseminators, so they're contributing to creating such profiles, right? I'm a journalist. I'm telling you about a social political problem that could be solved through solar energy. So one of my functions is to give that information to people who would be echoing it, and they will be not just talking about it in a general manner. They will be giving that information to their communities so that at the ground domestic level, change can happen. There's a sentence that I was taught when I was studying communications at college, which said, media, I'm laughing at it, I'm sorry, media make and break. So I would like our panelists to think about maybe 2 to 3 examples of maybe natural catastrophes or, let's say natural catastrophes where a decent journalistic coverage was able to provide with a solution or to mobilize help. And another one where the fact that the coverage was insufficient impede the I don't know, sending help or coming up with a proper solution. It could be in your countries, it could be anywhere in the world.
Well, I think that we can give an example of exactly the opposite. We are overwhelmed with the information coming out of Gaza, but we are unable to provide a solution and to provide help. So I think that even if the amount of information provided, the amount of quality information provided is fundamental. It's key to change things around. Sometimes we have examples like this one, but also I think that there is another example very close to me that I've been covering closely, that is Sudan. And we know the situation in Sudan when there is a war more than a year ago, and there were like millions of people that has been not only internally displaced, but also have been forced to leave their countries. A lot of them are refugees and are like lacking the basic rights, including like access to water that, as you say, is very linked somehow to the solar energy in the way that it provides, solar energy provides electricity to have water. And that conflict that we are like, it's completely in the shadow, and that we're completely not forgotten, but we are very we are incapable to put up in the headlines again, or to put on the front page of papers. It's enabling a very dire situation for a lot of people in the way that we are not helping them more in the case of the floodings that happened a few months ago, like 2-3 months ago in all the region, or in the drought that is happening afterwards during when it comes the summer. So I think these are two examples, not exactly what you say, but one of them of something that is happening and is not covered, so we are lacking action, and other that is actually fully covered, but we are not acting either.
Very good examples. Chatula?
Thank you so much. My example on how media can help to bring positive in society is when you do coverage on like helping the voiceless to air out their views and concerns. Then afterwards, their views are heard by the policymakers, and something is done, and they are helped.
And also when there are some disasters or, well, I think in emergencies we can publish contents that are useful as kind of guides, or contents that show what to do if you want to help. I mean, where are the places to donate clothes, or where you can give money to people who need that. I mean, contents that are very informative contents, but also are helpful. We did it at the pandemic when people needed information. It's just information, and you give that, and I think if it's useful, it's gonna work. No.
Absolutely. I will request everyone to pay attention so you can understand the entrails, the inside of the job of a journalist. I'd like to ask the panelists whether it's easy to have your news covered. For instance, when you talk to your editors, how do you pitch a story that's related to sustainability or to solar energy? And is that given priority? Or maybe sometimes you need to compete with other colleagues or someone that's, I don't know, trying to have a news on business or politics covered. What is it like? I don't think your bosses are here, so you can be fully honest. It's not like this is being streamed in YouTube, right? We're waving our hands at the camera.
Thank you so much. I think for me, where I'm coming from in Zambia, they do give attention to climate stories, but not the much needed attention, because mostly the focus is on political news. But by the end of the day, we managed to get environmental stories. Though they're not given that front page space, the story will just be inside the paper. Thank you.
Do you see, Chatula, do you see a difference between when you started working as a journalist and right now? Do you see it moving forward, or, editors being more open to covering? So let's say, I don't know, ISA throwing a solar plant in Niger.
I think from the time I started, the past, I can say 1 year, that's when you've seen like a lot of hunger from the newsroom for environmental, climate, and sustainability news because of the crisis that we are going through. If we didn't have this crisis, I think the attention wouldn't have been that much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I think that it's true that you can see how the media outlets have evolved from being very reluctant to have any kind of news related to climate or food and agriculture or anything like that on media, on their publications, to being more and more eager to have them, not only to have them, but to have them from different perspectives and from different angles. So when you say that they are publishing a lot about politics, what I wonder is, why do they care about politics and they don't care about climate change, which is actually a very political thing, particularly in Africa, but in many other countries. We have been witnessing in Spain the floodings in Valencia, And that's really something very political, because the lack of action on the politician side has enabled like things to get worse. And that's what happens when you don't act, when you are not well informed. So I think that now the editors are more open, even if they don't understand sometimes how to convey the message, because I think that's also important. How do you tell a story that upfront might be like something difficult, because there's a lot of data of like, I don't know, like carbon emissions, blah, 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 that people don't really understand. So we have to make editors understand that the stories that we're telling, they're not talking only about data or about the climate crisis, about like big things, but they're talking about people. And I think those stories are finding more and more space on the media, but it takes an effort on our side also, just to find the way, the good angle.
Was there, Nuria, was there a specific story that you had to fight very hard internally so it would be covered and that it gave you a big satisfaction?
Well, I think that nowadays almost any story related to Sudan and Gaza is being really challenging to put up in the news. So I could pick any of them.
Hundreds, probably.
Yeah, it's becoming more and more difficult, but it's not something that, I mean, we can laugh at it, but it's actually very disappointing and very frustrating when you're witnessing what is happening. But also, I think that we are all missing out on stories that we think we know that they are relevant, and we cannot cover them because there's this lack of interest, because the attention, the span attention goes from this to this to this. It happens everywhere, because we go from the drought in Zambia to the wildfires in Brazil, we go to Bolivia, and that's something very frustrating. And also there's another story, I got very sick and I couldn't cover the wildfires in Brazil, and that was a terrible thing, but
But
happens.
health comes first, right? Aramis, any news from Peru that you really wanted to cover and
Yeah.
that was very difficult to?
Actually, I could talk about the Peruvian context because I've been covering the environmental issues almost for 10 years, and we are all the same. We are a small group of journalists who cover these kind of issues. We are about probably 20, and I'm being generous. Probably we are less covering this kind of issues, so it's difficult, but I think as I specialize in this kind of issues, it's easier to make a pitch to my editor, because I just see this kind of issues. If the media needs to travel to the Amazon, to the rainforest, they are gonna ask me to do that job because I'm the only one in the teams. So I think it's kind of a privilege in my case, because I've been working in these issues for so many years, but it's not how it works in journalism. No? I know colleagues that want to cover a case, an Amazon case, and they can because the editor said that it's not important when it's the climate crisis. I think I'm the only Peruvian journalist in here in Azerbaijan, and journalists are not covering this crucial event. So it's kind of sad, but it's the reality in Peru. So I think I could say that about it. No?
I mean, it is reality, and we're actually glad that you're sharing with us that testimony, so that people have a realistic lens of the media arena in so many developing countries. As Nuria said, so we can joke and laugh about a journalist and so many anecdotes that we have, and so many times that a journalist has been, I'll say, a pain in the neck to some people. That's very funny, but there's a very serious side to this. According to a report that was published by UNESCO in 2022, it was flagged that there was a polarization in the security of journalists around the world. Why polarization? Because in safe countries, the number of journalists increased, harassed, or harmed was decreasing, whereas in conflict areas, it was getting worse and worse. Not just that, the problems that or the challenges, the barriers that journalists face does not narrow down to dying or living. There's other things. UNESCO is also talking about zones of silence, which are countries that it often happens whenever it's electoral period, whenever elections are going on, then there are different mechanisms that are put into practice to keep journalists from doing their job and telling the stories. Is there any example of any zone of silence that we could think of? No, just saying yes.
Well, I think the Middle East and the Gulf and it's not that there are like zones of silence. For sure, Gaza is a zone of silence, and like the West Bank, because journalists not in the West Bank but in Gaza, we are forbidden entrance. So it's been more than a year of conflict, and we are not allowed inside the Gaza Strip. So we cannot report on the situation there. We know that people have no access to electricity, no access to water, no access to food, but we cannot report on that. We know that the amount of shelling, constant rockets that have been like thrown against the Palestinians have been polluting the water. So there are already predictions and data there, the amount of, the time that is going to take not only to reconstruct and rebuild, but also to clean up all the debris and the pollution that is in the water. So water is going to be undrinkable and it's going to be necessary. But there are also other places. And I was reflecting when you were telling me that what story I have missed, and my colleagues were replying to you, and I kept thinking about it to myself. And I remember writing about how difficult is environmental activism in the region, not only in the Middle East and the Gulf, but in most parts of Africa. Why? Because when you talk about the climate crisis, when you talk about climate change or sustainability, you are talking also about a very political issue. So everything is interlaced. So there are a lot of topics that we cannot report on. For instance, I've been covering for a very long time the situation with the dam that's been built in Ethiopia, and that is affecting the flow of water into Sudan and into Egypt. The amount of negotiations that have been happening in the past 10 years and more has been really challenging, and it's been very difficult, almost impossible to report on that. I did a very long story feature like over a year ago about it in the 3 countries, talking to people, interviewing people in the 3 countries. And it was really, really difficult to talk to people in Egypt, for instance, where I'm based, because people were so scared of talking or of speaking out, because it's such a political matter that for them, it's been said it's been a matter of life and death, that we cannot do our job. And I'm speaking from privilege, because I'm a privileged Western journalist, but most of my colleagues that are Egyptians, they don't have the option, because the situation is much worse for them. Because me, I can risk to be put on a plane and sent back to my country. But for local journalists, it's much more challenging to do this job. So it's not only about places where we don't have access to, it's also about what happened in many countries that are affected for this climate crisis, and when people cannot report because they are putting their lives in risk.
Absolutely. I really appreciate that nuance, that notion you brought forward, the fact that stories are not easy. Okay? I'm sorry, this is the real world. And a lot of social, political, and environmental causes are not simple. We need to identify a number of factors that are affecting the population. And sometimes even those factors can be the same in different countries. Yeah, they're affecting the reality of the communities in a different manner. So don't tell me that being a journalist is not necessary. I see a lot of people in the audience from Africa. Every time I've been to Africa, there's been people telling me, please use storytelling to give us a voice and to not to preach, but to convey the messages in a pedagogical manner, in a manner that resonates, a language that is understandable by everyone. So now that we're talking about understanding and education, I would like our panelists to share with the audience the educational opportunities that there are if a journalist, or let's say a student of communications, wants to become an environmental journalist. Maybe you could share how you got that specialization or any educational opportunity that you've heard from.
Okay, thank you so much. For me, I have the just basic journalism training, but I've attended a number of workshops on biodiversity, sustainability, as well as climate change. I think these have helped me to build my reporting in this area, but there are a number of opportunities for journalists out there. You can do your master's in media and sustainability. There are now new courses in Zambia. I don't know about other universities around Africa and around the world. So opportunities are there to further studies in sustainability and climate change.
Okay, so not just proper degrees or proper master's degrees, but also some, I don't know if I could call them informal programs, such
Yes,
as
informal
workshops.
and programs. There are some workshops and trainings which are done by Earth Journalism Network, Stanley Center, even our local government. They do offer like short courses or training just to have basic understanding on particular sustainability and climate issues.
So events that you go into and that are allowing you to understand on the go, right? So as you grow as a professional, you're still learning. I think that's something that Aramis and Nuria will agree on. A journalist never stops learning, right? Because it will always be teaching people about the news stories. Aramis?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And before this conversation, I even didn't know a lot about the solar energy at all. So that's why journalists can learn every day. When we publish a new article, we learn about that. I've been covering the Amazon, but the Amazon rainforest has a lot of issues too. No, I mean, I've been working in issues about landed traffic, timber, illegal timber, illegal gold, traffic of animals, and these different articles are a new experience for me to talking to new people and new sources and also new information. And I think we are always learning something in journalism. No, I studied in a public university, but I think I learned more when I been doing journalism. No, participating in Panama Papers, I think was a really great experience because I learned from colleagues with a lot of more years of experience than me, and I think it's important to learn also from other colleagues. I mean, in Congress and meetings and networking, I think it's important to learn more, and I think we can train every day in journalism.
I think Nuria agrees because she's nodding with her head.
Yeah, the thing is that, as you say, it's an educational process. Like through our career, we cannot like give up learning because every time there's like new tools, new ways of communication. I think that we also are like having new gadgets and but also like social media has been very challenging in the way we communicate because the consumption of information is way different, so we cannot communicate like we used to do like in a traditional newspaper or a magazine. We need to communicate to people in the language that they speak, so we cannot do things anymore and how we used to do it. So there's a lot of plenty of opportunities now. It's true that it's great that every year there are new courses, new specializations on sustainability, environmental. I even heard about a philosophy degree that is aiming to address nowadays challenges. And one of them is the climate crisis. Another one is artificial intelligence. But, you know, we are adapting, because I think that for many years we were like witnessing what was happening, but no one was really like paying the attention, enough attention, or doing it like in a more specific way. I think that in the last 5 years, it has been like lots of new courses and education and new opportunities, but also listening to Aramis, I think that we learn a lot from each other. I think that a very important thing that we journalists do, most of us, is getting together. Social media and also the pandemic brought some good thing, that was that we got able to communicate online and to build very strong links online with people that were like very far away.
Let me stop you there. I'd like to ask that question to the audience. Do you think that the pandemic, do you see some positive aspects that the pandemic brought? Just yes or no? Yes, yes, yes. At least 5.5 people are saying yes. Please continue.
Yeah, I think that I'm an optimistic by nature. If not, I would have given up journalism long ago. But that's why I really believe that one of the good things that the pandemic brought, or among the very few that brought, was precisely this connecting people that were very isolated. I think that our biggest power as a society to change things around, to achieve a structural change, is precisely in building a social tissue that goes beyond what is next to me or who is next to me. I want to connect with someone that is in South Africa, and I'm actually do connecting with people that is in South Africa, or is in Australia, or is in Nepal, and learning lots of people that are in countries that I've never visited and probably I will never do, and about the work that they're doing and how they do it. Because sometimes we don't know, or we don't have the tools, but maybe someone else has the tools or have developed a procedure that can help us to address a situation that we don't know how to address. And that is very useful in life in general, but in journalism more than in any other thing. I think the Panama Papers that my colleague was mentioning is one of the examples of like investigative journalism that I've done and I do, and I collaborate with other journalists around the world. And it's a perfect example of how working in different places can bring those in power accountable, or those corrupted people accountable.
Well, absolutely. I mean, definitely, you know, sharing experiences is always a gift, and it gives us new perspectives. And this is why we're actually organizing this session with you, with 3 different journalists from 3 different continents. So bearing in mind those differences, I would like Chatula and Aramis to respond the next question. Is it true that in developing countries, media are more general, and that there is a lack of, I would say, specialized or niche media? Or is it starting to happen?
It's true.
Sad news. Well, maybe it has some advantages, actually. What do you think?
Like in developing countries, we don't have capacity. We don't have the basic understanding of climate issues, on sustainability and renewable energy. So it makes it very difficult for most of journalists there to report in creating awareness why we need solar, why it's good in this current crisis we are facing, and also just for the global transitioning to a cleaner and safer energy to fight climate change.
So in other words, maybe the arena for specialized media is not that developed because of the lack of understanding, because let's say that the audience is not yet prepared. Maybe when that knowledge is richer, that it would be maybe affordable to launch media that are specialized in environmental causes.
I think we don't have capacity. There are no resources.
Aramis?
Yeah, same. I think Peru is the same. No, it's very popular that colleagues just put the microphone to a politic or a businessman and just let this person speaks whatever he or she wants. No, it's sad but true. But also, I think it's opportunity for specialized journalists because probably if I weren't a specialized journalist, I won't be here. No, because it's an opportunity that I got because well, I know how to cover in these kind of issues. But if there is no more people in your country, you have more possibilities to get this kind of fellowship and opportunities. It's sad, but I think when I speak to young journalists, I recommend well, first of all, study another language, but also to specialize in whatever they want. I think it's important and it makes a difference between the journalist that is usual in Peru, and also if you have a space in social media, you can explode that. No, I mean, if you want to be a different influencer, because influencer don't have useful information at all, most of them. No, so I think it's a good opportunity for young people to do this kind of journalists in South America. I don't mention just Peru. I think in South America it's almost the same.
So you actually have the satisfaction to call yourself a pioneer, which is a very good thing. Nuria, I would like to know, so we're in a way complaining of about the lack of resources in so many developing countries, which is impeding or keeping the media arena to take action. But so I'm thinking about eventual potential solutions. Nuria, does the condition of being freelancer help if you ever don't have the media who will support you for whatever reason? Is it it may sound ironical, but is it true that you're more free whenever you're a freelancer?
I think you are freer, definitely, but I think that freedom comes with a price. In the way of vulnerability, in the way of precarization, in the way of being able to report on the stories that you want, but not always being able to do it because you lack the resources or you lack the connection. So for me, definitely it's been an advantage because I've been an independent correspondent for 15 years, and I think I see more advantages than disadvantages. But it's true that it feels very isolated at times, and that it's very important to make the effort to connect with people, because if you do not connect with other people, it's very difficult to move forward in this job. It's very difficult sometimes to put the story on the news because you don't have the daily contact with the editor, even if they know you. But it has advantages and disadvantages. And I think in my case, at least, it's been an advantage because I have been reporting on the stories that I really wanted to report, the stories that I care about. And I've been able somehow to push for them to be put on the agenda. So in that sense, I think I'm lucky, but I think that it's becoming more and more difficult, not because I don't believe in citizen journalism or that there are people that are doing a great job on social media informing people. I think that journalism is not about the tool that you use to communicate, but it's about the ethics that you put on the type of journalism that you do. And it doesn't matter if you're a freelancer or you're tied up by the editorial rules of a media outlet that you're working for. You have to work with the same ethics and the same values. And if you are an influencer that are using your media outlet because you have lots of followers, thousands of them, millions of them, and you can use your voice, you have to do it with a basic ethical approach that is not only, it doesn't apply only to journalism. So I think that, yeah.
No, absolutely. And, we often talk, especially in this kind of forums, about a social corporate responsibility. We like to help those who are powerful accountable. But what about influencers? I think that from very young age, so young generation should be taught that concept of responsibility, the fact that you have a phone, you have an Instagram account, you should be aware of the potential consequences of the messages you're sending. You know, it's not just about enjoying it, which is a very funny and leisure creating tool, but it also comes with a lot of responsibility. Nuria, have you ever been in that position where you had to let's say balance funding and objectivity?
I never put objectivity behind anything. If I cannot do the story, because objective, I mean, you have to be, I mean, I don't believe in equidistance. I think that you have to be honest with your reporting. So that's why being objective is a way of putting it that I dislike. So I prefer say that my work is honest. I'm gonna work honestly, but if I have to report on someone that was like vulnerable population that is being affected by someone that it's like has an upper hand on them, I'm gonna report honestly, but I'm gonna report like the honest way is to take a side with those that are being affected for this policy, so for this wrongdoing. But sometimes I have lacked the resources and I've done the work that I was able to do up to where I was able to do it, but I never done it before. I don't think I will ever do anything like compromising my ethics because of the money. If I'm ever presented with that option and I choose to give up on my values, I have to give up journalism as a whole. I think anyone should.
Wow, that was a clear,
Not judging,
sharp answer, right? No, we're not. We know you're not judging. I would like to talk about now that I will use a very environmental term about a pest that the media world is affected by. So misinformation. I would like you to share with us some examples of misinformation related to the environment, some distorted data that you have come across among the population. I can start. I can tell you that every time I go around the world and I'm doing stories about solar energy, the first thing that say it's that it's incredibly expensive. And they think that every month you need to pay like a fare in order to have your solar panels, which is not true. There is a one-time investment and then you don't pay anything. That would be one.
Well, probably I could talk in general issues. Sometimes we cover or we start an investigation because there are some people that said that information or a issue has well, I don't know how to explain in an example, but there are some cases that people say that something or it's not true or give you an fake data or things like that. And so you start a story because you want to fight against the disinformation, I think, or fight against the fake news. So I think it's a good starting to cover in this kind of technical issues, because I think climate crisis, environmental, most of them are technical for the audience. So we have to explain everything and with all the details, because you can fight against that kind of people, no, that say that you are a liar or you don't have the good information and things like that. So I don't have an example at all, but sometimes happen when you cover in this kind of environmental topics that they say that you respond to an NGO's agenda and things like that. No, so it's kind of important when you have all the details and have all the data, because you can fight against this disinformation. No?
One thing that we should comment on is the phenomenon of citizen journalism. right? There's a lot of people who have not properly studied journalism, but yet contribute to the dissemination of knowledge. How do you perceive this this wave? You probably don't fully agree or disagree, but what are the advantages, the causes that it has strengthened, and those who and the dangers as well? Nuria?
I used to be absolutely against citizen journalism. I used to be one of those who say, no, you don't go to school, you don't learn, you don't have the ethics. But I've learned over time, and that came precisely getting together with people that are coming from other jobs or from other experience in life, lots of activists among them, that have taught me that actually citizen journalism could be a very good thing. And we saw it, for instance, in places we were talking about, these silent countries, these places where we don't have access to. One of them was Syria a few years ago. And it was very important because Syria is one of the examples of conflict related to climate also. That was happening before the actual war started in 2011. And there we had the example of very brave people that were learning the tools as they went. So they had to learn how to report on things. And I think that we journalists, what we do have to do is to make the effort to be more present, more accessible. I am trying to do so, like with trainings and with workshops for people that want actually to do this kind of reporting in their, and that can be allies. I love when I do these trainings, I love to talk about creating alliances, like being allies. I every time I report, I have to find my allies, because my allies, for instance, are these people in remote areas that can happen in the rainforest in Peru or in Bolivia or in Brazil, where you don't have real access in a day to day. But there are people there that can be doing this work for you, that can be reported from them. And that can be a very useful tool, for instance, when you are investigating and when you're following on social media and something can raise a flag and you can say, hey, something is happening here. Maybe we have to look into it. Maybe we can reach out to these people, or maybe we can teach them. And that you can do it also a lot through organizations and NGOs that have like activists working as a citizen investigators or as a citizen journalist, and team up with them. So I think that it's we are living in a very challenging moment, and I think we have to use all the people's power to achieve real change. And that only can happen if we join forces everywhere. And one of the ways we can join forces is like, okay, we're journalists. We have to create a new team of people that are really concerned about disseminating like good information, fact-check information, and help them. And that's why I believe that citizen journalism is a powerful tool that we should be using instead of dismissing. We shouldn't be so full of ourselves and think that we are the only ones that can do the job because we attended university. There are a lot of things that know a lot more than we do and have never stepped into a school. And they know a lot about disseminating information. We know that in Spain because, you know, we have this figure of the old woman behind the curtain in the villages, and she has all the good information and it's very good at the disseminating. So
I can see some faces in my mind right now, people from the villages, the village where I live. So definitely, you know, joining forces, and actually joining forces, I would think is the second, if not the first message that that COP is sending, right? The fact that all the people in the audience have flown from different countries to here to work, to think, to see how our synergies are going to help and to materialize it. So that's one of the core messages, definitely. We're coming towards the end. I would like each of you to now think about your regions and continent. So Latin America, Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. How do you see the job of a journalist evolving in the future within 20, 50 years time? What do you think your job will look like?
I think with how digital media is progressing, I think in the next or just in the near future, I think it will be more digital and more with the AI coming on board. I think there will be a lot of information on AI and digital media done from us journalists.
Aramis? Thank you, Chatula.
I think collaborative journalists could be or it's been the way right now, but also the artificial intelligence can be helpful. We are not going to start doing journalism because of the AI. I think it could be powerful to us to have this kind of digital tools to make a better job. No, so I think that's gonna say it.
AI is not necessarily our enemy. Hope that message is clear and it can help fight climate change. Nuria.
I do agree with both of you, and I believe that whatever journalism looks like in terms of the technology we use, the tools that we use, the way we convey that information, the basis will still be there. I remember something a very brief anecdote during the Arab Spring. There was the first moments in Egypt when everything, there was a complete blackout. So there were no internet, there was no phone, there was nothing at all. So we were relying on the basis of reporting in the street and communicating. So, I mean, that is the basic of journalism. How we tell the story afterwards, it has to be good from a narrative point of view. It has to be very good storytelling. We can use digital. For sure, you have to rely on each other as collaborators, but definitely it's going to be like pure journalism at heart. And then it will be a story out there for people to learn, raise awareness.
Right, so the tools will evolve, but the mission will remain the same, right?
Not the mission. I think the principles that we
The
will
basics.
use,
Mhm.
the basics.
Okay. So we're coming to the end of this session. Probably in the audience, we have people from very different sectors doing very different jobs. This is a card I'm throwing at you. I hope this session helped you understand more the inside of the work that a journalist do around the world, how much we need them, and how useful they will be whenever you will be coming up with projects, whenever you have that clear vision that your project will have an impact in your populations, your countries, your continents. So journalists will be there because, as I said at the beginning, without information, there's no action. And without action, there's no change. Thank you very much. If someone would like to ask any questions to any of the panelists, feel free. Yes.